Hey, hey. Okay, I still don't know why my camera's not working on this. I apologize. Not that you want to see me looking the way I look right now, but that's okay. So, all right, let me tell you guys what's going on. And I apologize. I started 10 minutes early, so the 5-minute intro, but I do that so people can come on and, everyone can get here because I'm not one of these people. Hey, Reagan, I'm not one of these creators that take 30, 20 minutes or 30 minutes to actually get to the subject matter. I do it right away. So people that come in late or come in 5, 10, 15 minutes late, they miss like half of what I'm saying. So that's why it's better that I put an intro so people can get there, and then I say my hellos and everything else, and then by that time it's like 15, 20 minutes. Or actually, it's more like 5 or 10, but either way. So I was scrolling through my newsfeed this morning, and Chasing Truth had put up that somebody, some girl named Purple Nights, which of course I like the name, Purple Nights was hosting a Sunday morning live open panel. Okay. So I go check it out. She's got it on like 20 minutes, subscribers, which is cool. But when you have somebody on panel, you want to be able to talk. So I'm like dying. So I go over to Chase. I'm like, please tell her to drop a link. I really want to talk to Andrew myself because Scott H was doing a good job questioning him, but he didn't pound him. It was like, again, it was very slow on the follow-up. And I just felt like somebody needed to pound him. And yes, we all know I have a different style than others. And we all know that I do handle things just a little differently than others. But I don't like Andrew. I don't trust Andrew. And I've never trusted Andrew or liked Andrew. So I was going to question him respectfully in my own way. And that's exactly what happened. Hey, Chasing, that's exactly what happened. So some of the people in chat did not like my questioning. Some of the people in chat told me that, Laura, shut up, Laura this, Laura that. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, this is about Summer, not about Laura, not about anybody. This is about Summer and getting answers from these people that lie. So I'm going to go ahead and play it. Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to go ahead and play it. I'm going to play a little bit of what Scott was asking so you understand why I came in and asked what I was asking. Okay? So let me pull it up. Hold on. And I didn't restart my computer because I was afraid that she was going to put it on private and then I was going to lose it. So, okay. Give me one moment. All right. All right, here we go.
Now other people, I don't agree with them bringing minors into it. So I can't, you'd have to ask them why. I never went that direction, but I did go that direction with Jose because, like I said, his time period is all fucked up and he has no fucking valid reason for staying with people that he does not know. And then he finally pops up out of the fucking woodwork and he claims he's been there for 6 months when we can prove through documents that he was not.
Exactly.
So that's why everybody is questioning the hell out of Jose.
Well, here's
Oh, Carrie, can you, since you're a friend, I'm going to send her $20. My phone is charging at the moment. But just for her letting me up there and allowing me to come up. So just let her know that. If you're personal friends with her, just let her know. Expect $20 shortly. And my phone just has to charge. Okay. Well, you guys can hear me now. There's a delay. I was talking to myself. Get over it. All right.
Here's my thing, though. I mean,
And still yet, after his interviews that he's done with Justice for All in ICU, even though they've done a great job doing the interviews, he still has not answered anything that explains these things that I'm asking you. Why did he go? Why did he stay? What was he doing with the Wells who have a missing child, but yet he wants to stay unaccounted for and hidden off the grid, quote unquote? That's fucking sketch, dude.
oh yeah. And whether or not he fucking talked to the FBI 8 days, that's I'm taking that as hearsay.
Well, I mean, we have to. ICU and Justice for All said that he did. You know, let's hope that he did.
Yeah. I mean, I have no reason not to believe Justice for All. I mean, Justice for All took the time out and went and spent the time to track him down and did very good work. I mean, I have nothing against him. And I have nothing against ICU either. I mean, they've done nothing wrong towards me. It's just, I'm just not understanding how he goes from 6 months of being there and then all of a sudden he's off grid. I'm not understanding if you're off grid, how.
Now, let me tell you, at this point, I'm like screaming at my computer, like, oh my God, it's not 20 minutes yet. It's not 20 minutes yet. And I was freaking out. I'm like, I have to talk. I want to question this dude.
How do you know about anything with this case unless you weren't really off grid?
Well, and that's the deal. And if the FBI questioned him, 7 days or 8 days after Summer went missing, as he claims that they did, if he truly cared for Summer as much as he portrays himself as caring for Summer, he would have not waited 9 months for Justice for All and ICU to reach out for him.
Pretty much.
He
And
Scott, I think that the way I took it is he thought she had been found just like she had all the other times.
oh, all right.
And
Well,
I mean,
Okay.
that's just, what I was told.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And to answer a question in chat, if you don't mind, guys, I have not spoken to the FBI. They have no reason to speak to me. None whatsoever. They have none whatsoever to speak to me outside of telling me what's going on with my son. And for them to do that, I'd either have to come up with the $1,000 and make the road trip, or they would have to send somebody from up here to my home, and they have not. That's only because you can't prove who you are through a phone. And yes, I paid child support for my son. And yes, I have other children.
Well, I'll jump down, but
Yes, but no, Scott, you're absolutely right. It is very confusing of why he decided to stay, why the timeline's screwy. I mean, it's very confusing.
like I said on the panel the other day, I wish the best for Hunter and the other kids of Allison's and the boys of Candace's and everything. But I hope in whatever capacity that you can, whenever you're able in law enforcement, I hope you nail her to the fucking wall.
Well,
If
as
any
far
of
as I'm told,
Candace or Jose is saying, nail her to the fucking wall, dude. She does not need to be around children, her own or any fucking body else's.
But like I said, I can only do so much while I'm here.
I know, man.
I mean, right now it's a touch and go on whether or not I'm picking him up this year due to this still ongoing.
I got you.
I mean, I've been looking forward to picking him up since I couldn't get him in 2020 due to COVID, and given he made his own mistakes last year, I couldn't pick him up. I've been looking forward to picking him up. I ain't seen him in 2 years. I miss seeing my boy. I miss hanging out with him, net fishing, having good fun. And it sucks because due to this case here, I may not be able to go get him, and it hurts. And all I want is just to spend time with my son.
Okay, that's one thing I called him out on because that's a blatant fucking lie. COVID had nothing to do with seeing your kid. Okay, Safari Dream was set in J for All about a White House blue shutter, and Chaos blurted out, "I found the drug house." Interesting. Very, very interesting. So then my theory is right, or most likely right. But you guys will hear all that in a few.
I get you, man.
And I mean, yeah, granted, you go look at my YouTube, man. I'm a complete jackass. I'm a trucker. I'm a whole nine right up in that chat, right up there on live where everybody can see it. But you know what? When it comes down to that 1:30, 2 o'clock hour, man, you would.
Okay, for those of you that don't follow this case like some of us do, Andrew Hilts is Hunter's dad, Allie's ex. That's who Hunter is. He came onto the scene. Sorry for not giving anyone a background. He came onto the scene once Hunter went missing. That's when, hey, Truth, that's when he came onto the scene. So just to give everyone a background. White House blue shutters is a neighbor people have looked at. Okay, so Chasing Truth said, not a drug house?
If you were to see me then, dude, you'd be like, oh my God, this guy's like night and day. Who the hell is this kid? I mean, I'm not like that on a daily. I joke, I have fun, but I take care of my home. I take care of my kids. I take care of my wife. I take care of my animals. I do what I can do. And it's just fucking nuts. FBI can take their time to talk to anybody they want is absolutely correct, Rosie. The FBI could do whatever the hell they feel. They're the FBI.
Hold on, what is that? He said he's an ex-sex worker, is bi, and he's an expensive hoe, he called himself? I have not heard that. Blue roof, not shutters, gotta check with Cam. But did she say it's the drug house? Because then it coincides with exactly what I said. Hey, Angelique.
Thank you for answering my questions again, Andrew. And
not a problem, Scott. You're more
I'll see you and Justice for All. Thank you all for your work. Purple, thank you for having the platform for us to be able to
talk.
Kind of navigate our way through this stuff. I appreciate it.
No, he was at the cannery. He wasn't at the. He was never on boats. He was at the cannery.
Thank you, Scott.
I had that same misinterpretation about that as well.
Okay, so let me ask you this again.
Go ahead.
Do you know who Chad Hilts is?
No, I do not.
Danielle Hilts.
No, ma'am.
They're on your Facebook page, dude.
They are on my Facebook page, yes, but doesn't mean I know them. I have a lot of people on my Facebook page I don't know. I mean, I have them on there because we share the same last name, but I don't talk to them. I have a lot of people on my Facebook I don't talk to. I talk to maybe like 5 people altogether on my Facebook. It's just, it comes up in people you may know and mutual friends. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I'll hit it.
Now, this part is the one thing that I do believe he's being truthful about. As I said, you'll hear on the panel, I do have a lot of people that had my dad's last name because my dad didn't know his family. So about 10 years ago, I went on this search and I was finding any single person on Facebook that has my dad's last name, trying to see if we're connected at all. So that doesn't bother me. Like, I actually believe his theory on that. So I just want to let everyone know that. It is something that people do just because they have the same last name.
I don't really have a lot of friends.
But you said you didn't know them.
I don't know them personally, no. Do I know of them? Yes. I don't know them personally. Sorry, I should have clarified that.
You think?
And do I know for a definitive fact that they're related? No. But if you've reached out and done the research, please email me what you have so I could go over it myself and start asking questions myself.
Yeah, I want to point that out, Safari Dream, because I've heard that too. I heard that yesterday when I was at the supermarket, but I couldn't say anything. Jose didn't say that he was never in jail. Jose said he was never in jail in Tennessee and kept saying he was never in jail in Tennessee, but he never said he wasn't in jail somewhere else. Just saying. I'm glad you pointed that out.
So please and thank you. That'd be really appreciated because the information that you have found is really, really has me dumbstruck. And I would like to do my own little, investigative work on that myself, if you don't mind.
Yeah, okay.
Just look him up on the National Register. You can find him there.
All right, I'll go look.
All right, Purple, I'm going to go. Thank you for having us up. I'm sorry that this happened on your channel.
Oh, no,
But thank you for letting us.
There's nothing to be sorry about.
Thank you.
Exactly. He did 3 years, but he was saying, he never did. He never saw the inside of a jail cell. He said it yesterday. He never saw the inside of a jail cell. He has never been arrested. And then that story changed. So I want to thank Chasing Truth for getting me this link that you're about to start.
I'll see y'all later.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks, love.
Later. Okay, I didn't know about a picture being taken with Summer by a U-Haul bumper. I didn't know about that. I heard that once or twice, but I didn't know anything of that. I thought it was just hearsay and Bilbo, in all honesty.
Is there anybody else that would like to come up? And I can stay on for a little bit longer, and then I'm going to have to hop off and get my day going. So
I'm so sorry again there, Purple.
probably another. Oh, no, you're fine. Probably another 30 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and end this one out. Here we go.
Hey.
Ruh-roh.
Welcome.
I'm in trouble.
Hey, Andrew, I got a couple questions.
All right, real quick, because I'm about ready to hop off this. I got to make lunch.
I figured that. I see you're a pretty straight up kind of guy.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to ask you straight up some questions. I'm going to continue with what Scott said. Why do all you guys lie? What are you guys covering?
I'm not covering anything.
I don't believe that. You're covering for somebody. You are covering for somebody. Every single motherfucker in this case is a liar, and every single one of you are covering for something. Why would 14 of you drive somewhere that you didn't even know a house was ready? Were you picking up dope? Is that what you guys were doing up there?
No.
I don't believe that. Why would 14 people drive somewhere with a house not even ready? That doesn't.
The house was ready as last we knew. Like we got text saying it was ready and we went.
And you never got a call saying it wasn't. You just decided, let's just pick up and go. I'm confused.
It was in the work for 3 weeks prior, and we got told it was ready to go, and we can move in at any time. So we got up, we packed up and went. And then when we got down there, there was a issue with the prior people refusing to move that we didn't know about until after we got down there.
And they never called you to tell you?
We were traveling throughout the night. We didn't know much of anything until places opened, because they were supposed to be gone before. They were supposed to be gone before that Wednesday.
What were you guys buying the house? Were you renting the house?
He put it up to rent to own. Don't ask me much more because I don't know.
Okay, but rent to own have contracts. You can't rent to own as a contract.
Well, I don't know much more about all the details of the house. That was my brother's thing, not mine.
Okay, so 14 of you went up there for how many people to move into one house?
It would have been the kids, me, my old lady, Jeffy, his girlfriend, and Jose said he was only going to be there for a couple of weeks until he went to Alaska to move forward to go to the Philippines.
Okay, so let's back this up for a second. So you just said it wasn't your deal, it wasn't your house, but you and your family were going to go
invited.
there.
Yes, we were invited.
Okay, but I'm just trying to follow your story. So you said that you weren't involved in it. It was just your brother. So it sounded like you were just trying to help him move. You were being a good brother, just moving him. But now you're saying that you were moving too. Well, anybody
he invited us to move with him.
Okay.
And we said okay, because he said he was looking for something in a different state. And I said, well, what do you feel about Tennessee? It'd be closer to Hunter. He goes, well, shit, I wouldn't mind being able to see my nephew all the time. I said, shit, I wouldn't mind hanging out with my son all the time. So that's when he decided that he was going to look in Kingsport for a suitable place for all of us, which would be a 4-bedroom house. And that's when he found whatever he found and a suitable place and sent money. And there was a contract made up on it, I guess. And then we got the okay to go down, but there was an issue with the tenants that was there beforehand.
Well, I'm sure your brother has receipt of what was of money that.
Yes, he has the receipts. It's just right now there's a legal process going on between him and that place.
That has nothing to do with showing a receipt.
He can't. His lawyer advised him not to show anything of anything.
That's a lie. Because
no, it's not. That's what he just told me this morning.
Absolutely no reason why a lawyer would say, trust me, I'm very familiar with the law.
Well, that's what he told me this morning.
Show a receipt about a payment. That's a lie.
Like I said, that's what I was told this morning. That's all I know. That's what I was told. I'm not saying it's a lie. I don't know what it is. It's word of mouth.
Okay, so let me just say,
that's what he told me this morning. Unless there's some reason why he doesn't want to produce that receipt, I don't know. But he said he was advised not to. That's all he told me this morning.
That's a lie. But anyway, you're saying that 11 people were going to live in a 4-bedroom house. I live in a 4-bedroom house with 4 people, me and 3 kids, and 1,700 square feet, and 2 dogs. And sometimes it's a little cramped. How the fuck would 11 people fit in a 4-bedroom house?
I couldn't tell you, but I made, 6, 9 of us fit in a 3-bedroom.
How many kids are in this 11 people?
6 of them. There would have been 5 adults and 6 kids. And even though Jose said he would sleep on the couch for a couple of weeks and then be on his way. So altogether, in the end, it would have been 4 adults and 6 children.
Okay, so you were gonna have 6 kids share 1 bedroom?
No. Why would 6 kids share 1 bedroom? That would be 3. That'd be the boys in one room, the girls in another, me and my old lady in one room, Jeff and his girlfriend in another.
Okay, you're still missing someone.
Jose said he was sleeping on the couch for a couple of days.
And how well did you know Jose?
I've known him not as long as Jeff, but I know him for a while, and he was around my daughter, was good people, never had a reason for him to lie to me. He seemed like all right people to me.
Well, you've changed your story about Jose, from when you first came here till now. Your story keeps changing. First, Jose was a good guy, then Jose was an asshole, then Jose.
Well, he is an asshole. I mean, that's not. I mean, in all honesty, Jose can be an asshole, and I'm just calling it. He is an asshole, and that's legit. He can be an asshole. Who can't be an asshole? But no, what pissed me off, what it is that I go by what I'm told when it came down to the Jose thing. I got told something, I delivered it. I got told something else, and I'm like, okay, my bad. This is different information. I go by what I'm told and what I know. And when it came down to what happened with Jose, I went by what I was told because I didn't realize or know at the time that it was coming from somebody else that told him.
What you were told by who? I
Jeff.
hear a lot of he told me, but nobody ever finds out who told you this. So who is he?
Jeff,
Who's Jeff?
my brother.
Okay, your brother with the childlike avatar, that brother?
Childlike avatar.
That's your friend.
Yeah, that's my friend. I was going to say, my brother don't have an avatar that I know of.
I get confused of who's who because I was watching you live from the other day. So I got confused with who was on the phone and who had another childlike avatar. Okay. So 11.
Which Kenny Hilts are we talking here?
Let's
Sorry.
go back to the facts. You go up to a place that all of you are going to fit in one bedroom. None of you know anything about the contracts except your brother. Nobody knows anything about anything. However, you get a Penske, you drive up there, okay? You then bring all your stuff and put it in a storage unit because when you go to the house, what happened?
We didn't go to the house.
Okay, so you never made it to the house.
No, we got my brother got a message stating that the people that were there refused to leave. There was issues and that they had something else for us if we wanted, but we'd have to wait 3 days. And then we started looking for hotels and motels to stay. And then when we started looking, we found out that NASCAR was in town and that most of the hotels were taken, and what wasn't, the prices were jacked up.
Okay, fair enough.
So we were basically at the end of our rope. We didn't want to stay with Allison. We didn't want to stay with a woman that we didn't know due to the factor is we had our children and we don't know really trust new people. And we decided it'd be best that if we just came back here and try again later on down the road in life.
Who funded all of this?
My brother, Jeffy.
So your brother funded.
It was actually his idea.
Your brother funded 11 people to go up to a house that he wasn't even sure was okay on a rent to own. He doesn't have a contract, and you all blindly say, okay, let's go. Let's just pack up the kids and go.
Well, at the time he did. I
believe that.
No, at the time he did show me that it was all set, ready to go. We didn't know, he didn't know, and I didn't know about any of the issues. Jeff works. Jeff's worked his whole life. He used his 401k, and yeah, trust me, he's still paying that shit fucking back.
So he used a 401k
his own,
a random place in the middle of Tennessee that just happens to be a huge drug area, and children pedophiles, but we won't go there.
Well, see, I didn't know anything about that until this case broke open.
Yeah, okay.
No, honestly, I really didn't.
Yeah, I don't believe that either.
All I knew was my son lived there, and the only time I ever went to Tennessee before we tried to move down there was to go get my son. And I was there for maybe the drive to his house, 2 minutes.
Okay, now the one thing I wasn't going to do, I wasn't going to say anything about the panda or anything. I didn't want to go there, but I was kind of hinting, I know what you're about, dude, but I didn't want to go there. So I'm glad I didn't. Spivvy, I so wish I would have thought of that about the school. I'm usually pretty quick like that. I don't know why I didn't think of that, especially because I have kids in school. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
It's at his house to pick him up and to drive right the hell out.
Okay, I got another question. Speaking of Hunter, and Hunter's a minor, I don't want to get too much on it, but I did personally go to his house and I personally sat down with your ex and had a wonderful talk with Allie.
Oh, yeah. What's you have to say about me?
Allie said until this case, you had never, ever been in Hunter's life.
And Allie's blowing smoke up everybody's ass, too. Okay. I have legal documents and plenty of proof that boy's been here with me. Up here with me on the legal times he's supposed to be.
Okay.
Are they on Facebook? No. Sorry, I don't post everything on Facebook. Do I have them here? I'm pretty sure somewhere around the house I have photos of me and my son. I'm pretty sure.
By the way, for everyone in chat, I will tell you guys this. I also have people that I do not know on my Facebook that has my dad's last name because I went looking for them one day because it's an odd name. So that's one thing Andrew said that I don't really doubt because I've done the exact same thing.
It's
so
crazy,
I just want to
right?
put that out there.
Hang on 1 second. I'm
Right.
going to see if I actually have a picture on Facebook. In all honesty, I don't know if I posted one or not, but I'm going to go look.
So hold on. Who told you about Hunter and Candace? If you were such good friends with Jose,
I was told about Hunter and Candace, the actual assumptions. I found out from scrolling the tube in the beginning, and then I called Allison, and she kept saying, "Well, nothing's happened." And then when I caught Jose saying, something happened between my son and Candace, I immediately called Allison to find out what the hell was going on. And she said nothing happened between Hunter and Candace. So I'm going by what she's telling me with that. And I have seen screenshots of his Facebook of their conversation. And I told her it doesn't look good. It doesn't smell right. That is an older age woman talking to our son that way. That shouldn't be happening. And then Allison tried to justify it by saying that Candace has a mindset of a teenager. She never grew up. It's just the way they banter. I'm like, that's still not right.
So people are saying Jeff is not your brother. Your real
Jeff
brother.
Jeff has been in my family and my best friend for 18 years.
Okay.
He's close enough. He's earned that label brother. That's why I call him that. He's earned the label. He may as well be a brother.
Okay.
He's not bloodline.
He's not your biological brother.
No, he's not. He's not bloodline brother.
This is a replay from the Purple Knights channel. Once this is done, I'll drop the link that Chasing Truth had posted about this particular channel. I went on there. Chasing got me a link so I can question him. So this all happened about an hour ago on Purple Knights channel. So it's a replay.
He is a very good friend that's been around for over a decade and has earned that title.
Brother from another mother.
Yes, exactly. I am trying to see if I have that picture. There it is.
Okay.
But you had said that Allie filed charges against Candace. And
yes, because that's what Allison told me.
That's a lie. Allison never told you that.
Yes, she did.
No, she did not. Allie said she never told you that.
That's kind of funny because she told me this just fucking 2 days ago.
Why don't you call her and ask her? Because she
she's
told
at
me
work.
that she never told you that.
Because she's at work.
Okay. But she said she never told you that.
Well, I don't know why she'd say that because she just told me, and I believe it was on a live that I did where she did say that she did.
So what did she say the charges were?
I didn't ask.
Okay. I was talking about the SA charges, and I am. As soon as I'm done here, I'm going to rewind to what Chasing. I didn't know Chasing was on panel at one point, and she said she asked similar questions with different answers. So I'm excited to see that as well, but let's watch both. Okay.
Something about the alcohol and the tobacco that was given that she was giving the Hunter.
So you are such a concerned father.
I go by what I'm told.
When your ex tells you she files charges, you never even ask her what the charges are.
No, because I took it as in she already knew. I already knew because I went and I called their version of CPS. Let's see. About the same week I found out about this case, I went and I called Child Protective Services down there.
But you just said 10 minutes ago that Allie blew it off.
Allie blows off just about everything. And then I repeat myself and she answers.
Okay. So Allie blew it off.
Did
and
she
I
know that he
agree
was
with
drinking
that.
and smoking?
And I totally agree with her that Candace has the mindset of a teenager. I said that from jump. So I totally agree with that.
Well, yeah. And at the
But
time,
you
I told
said
my
that she
son,
blew it off, and then you said she filed charges, and I told you no, she didn't file charges because she
Well-
did blow it off.
if she blew it off, I don't know. All I know is what she tells me. What she tells you, she tells you. What she tells me could be 10 different things. I mean, I don't know. All I know is what Allison told me.
You just said.
Allison could have blown it off. I don't know. But what she told me is that she did file charges. That's what she told me. What she tells everybody else, I don't know. Because like I said,
I know, but you just said that she blew it off, and then 5 minutes later you said she filed charges. Well, if she filed charges, she didn't just blow it off.
She blew off my question when I asked about it. But like
so I have
said,
a question.
She told me that she did. So I took her word for that because I told her beforehand, I called and I made calls to try to do something about this. Did you? And she said she filed.
But who did you file? What did you tell
I called Tennessee's version of child.
Let me also state publicly, I lied. I never spoke to Allie. I was just trying to trip him up. And I did. So mission accomplished.
Protective Services. And I tried to get a hold of the police down there, whole nine, and it's one voicemail after another, and I'm still waiting on the TBI to call me to find out what they're going to do to protect my son in this case. And I still ain't got nothing back from them. And it's been over almost a month.
Yeah, as far as we know, she filed a report about the drinking, not about the essay.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I don't think that she did. I know I personally didn't, but I don't see. I mean, yes, it looks like there's a bunch of it, but it's all mostly hearsay until there's definitive proof or Candace slips up and says it or Hunter says it. There's not really much I can do. I mean, I could file all the reports I want under the sun, but until they have definitive proof or they decide to go do something with it, there's nothing I can do.
Okay, but don't you think, especially with Don being in jail, don't you think that if anybody filed charges on statutory rape, Candace would have been arrested?
In all honesty, yeah, I would believe that would be the case. I mean,
So
as far as I know.
So isn't it fair to assume that nobody pressed charges on essay? And that
when it comes to that, I don't think anyone has. Me, I want to hear it from either my son's mouth that something did happen or out of Candace's mouth that something did happen. So I can file a report and be like, well, here, this isn't just word of mouth or hearsay information. This is legit what they're saying. So they have right there definitive proof that it happened.
And you haven't asked your son yet?
He hasn't called me.
Okay.
Frosty, you said you had a couple of questions.
It was more of a clarification. I'd seen an interview. Hi, Andrew. It's Frosty again.
Hey, Frosty.
Now, let me also state from personal experience. Hunter is old enough that if he doesn't want to speak to his dad or see his dad, he doesn't have to, especially in the state of Tennessee. New York, a little harder, but Hunter being almost 16, welcome, Tracy. Hunter being almost 16 has an absolute right to not want to talk to his dad. Like, no court can force him at his age. So I do find it a little odd, though, that Hunter wants no part of his dad.
Jason was doing a great job of asking questions, so I just but I do have a question in terms of the subject you were just talking about. I thought that you had the indication about Hunter and Candace before Jose's interview. a couple weeks ago, I thought you were on panel and you said, you know, it's a good thing you're not down in Tennessee because, you know, you'd give Candace a talking to or something
Yeah,
to that effect, right?
yeah. Because
So I
I
think a
would
lot
talk,
of things are
in all
getting
honesty, that was
confused,
taken out of
maybe.
the way I said it could have been taken in a very bad way. I should
Okay,
have. I wasn't trying to be mean about it, but yeah, I would have talked to
right.
her.
Oh yeah, no, but what I'm saying is that it it just sounded like now that you only discovered something possibly what happened between H and Candace
It,
after Jose had his discussion with Truth for
yes, because
All, Justice for All. Sorry, I apologize.
yeah, no. What it is that to me, I took it as people were the way the messages look between him and her, the way that pictures look with them two on the bed. Yeah, it looks a lot like SA, but I took it as just hearsay, you know, blah 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 bullshit. And
Right,
when Jose came out and said, and I believed him when he
right,
said that something went on between my son and Candace, I immediately got off, stopped watching, almost put, and quite honestly, I almost put my fist through my TV because I was that pissed off.
right.
And I called Allison and I'm like, did that woman do anything sexual with our son? And she told.
He's so pissed off that he hasn't even spoke to his son. I can assure you, if I found out that any kind of essay ever went on with my son while he's at his dad's, you could bet your ass I would go pick up my son, and the first place I would go is to the courthouse, just so I couldn't get in trouble. But I don't believe any of this. I think all of this is bullshit. Complete bullshit.
Told me no.
Okay. So would you then not call Jose and say, "Hey, Jose,
Frosty, hold on one second. I just want to answer something he just said. Andrew,
okay,
you just told Frosty that Allie denied it. So please tell me how charges were filed on something that you both deny.
Drugs and alcohol.
the
That's
charges are for
child
drugs and
abuse.
alcohol, not for the essay.
Yeah.
The essay is not proven yet."
No, that's right now. All it is word of mouth and rumors.
Okay. Have you talked to Jose since
No,
he's been
I
chatting?
tried to. I went out backstage and tried to say hi to him and ask him how he's been. Not trying
Okay.
to cause any issues, but
No.
Jay for Justice, from what I hear, didn't want to take that chance and have an argument start on his channel, and didn't allow me up. And
Understood.
I respect him, and I wasn't trying to cause any issues. I mean, if I could get a chance to talk to Jose, I mean, off of YouTube and see how he's doing and see how life is with him, that'd be awesome. But
Okay, so you don't directly have his number?
no, not anymore.
Okay.
I mean, I just want to know, you know, why he just pushed me and Jeffy out on the back burner for so long. I
Right.
mean, we never done anything harmful to him.
And if he witnessed what he witnessed
Yeah, I mean, if he
in the
witnessed
Wells
what he
household,
witnessed, I mean, I'm sorry he went through that. I'm sorry, you know, that one choice he made. Oh, sorry, Blue, Willow, I'm so sorry. It's Justice for All, not Jay for Justice. I'm so sorry. But no, I mean, if you went through all that, I am so sorry to hear that. And I mean, I'd love to give the man a fucking hug, man. I mean, I really would.
right, but I'm referring to if he knew that something was going on between your son and Candace, and you guys were friends, wouldn't you expect that he would be contacting you and saying, "Hey, dude, there's a
Yeah,
problem,"
that's what
or
I would think too. And he never did.
Mhm, mhm.
I mean, if he suspected that
And he's
type
not
of
talking to
shit was
Jeffy
going
either?
on,
Yeah,
if he suspected that type of shit was going on, and he believed Allison wasn't doing nothing about it, why didn't you get a hold of me?
right,
At the time, I still had the same number.
right,
I'm confused.
right. So that's probably something that you'd like to have directly conversation with him, right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering how come. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm just wondering what progressed to the last 2 years of happening. That's all. Nothing. You know, I'm not
Right.
mad at him. I'm a little upset with him.
Sure.
Okay, Justice Law, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but you might want to catch up on your Tennessee law because in Tennessee it's only 12. At 12, someone in Tennessee can pick and choose if they want to go. New York, 18. But at 16 and 17, they can state that they do or they don't want to go. So just letting you know that.
Because if he had this information and knew Allie wasn't doing anything about it, why didn't he get a hold of me? I could at least, I mean, I am 12 and a half hours away from my son, but I could at least made the phone call.
Right.
While he was still there and sent the right people to talk to him so they could have done something.
It doesn't talk to you though. And that whole issue with COVID is bullshit. Kids were still allowed to see their dads during COVID.
Yes, but New York had Tennessee on the no travel zone. And we still we were allowed to travel, but Tennessee was on New York's
another lie.
Travel zone.
That is another lie.
No, it's not. Go look it up.
It is.
No, it's not. Go look it up.
I have a child in another state.
So do I. And New York had a lot of places on no travel zone.
You couldn't fly. You could drive.
Yes, I didn't say anything about
drive to Tennessee to go on a drug run. You could go to Tennessee to pick up your child.
We didn't go on a drug run.
You honestly believe that they took, kids and adults and furniture for a drug run?
Absolutely.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, absolutely. It happens all the time.
Really?
I don't know. Okay, it may happen all the time, but I ain't that fucking stupid. I don't allow my kids around that shit.
I can tell you right now, it's a very, very good cover up for a big, big drug run. And cops normally don't pull over Penske trucks or riders if you're picking up a huge amount. New York does not have a big meth culture. At least it didn't when I grew up. And going to places like Tennessee, Alabama, to get a huge amount of drugs that's not common in New York. The best way to do it is with a family, a moving truck.
Okay, and hang on. Going on what you're saying, what would be my reasoning for that?
Notice something. He never interrupted anything else I said, but kept trying to interrupt the drug talk. I found that interesting. Absolutely interesting. That why is he only interrupting me on the drug talk? Never interrupted me or anybody for anything else, only the drug talk. He did not like that I was onto that.
What would be my reasoning for that?
I don't know. I have not gotten that far because everything is a lie. Every other word is a lie.
In your opinion?
In the stuff that you've what's the word? Gone back.
Because I speak what I know and I speak what I've been told, so it automatically makes me a fucking liar.
I didn't say that. But
I've never went that money. What money?
But I want you to focus on you and not Jose or anything else. There's enough here of stuff that you are involved in or not involved in or lack
involved
of.
in shit. But if you go look at my history, you'll see. Supposedly drug charges or drug history.
Hey. Hold up.
Or anything. I really
hold
don't.
up, please.
Think that.
Sorry,
okay,
Purple.
It's getting a little too.
Yeah, I'm
everybody's screaming, nobody can hear.
I'm sorry, Purple.
Andrew,
that got a little out of hand. I apologize, honey. I do like your chat. I'm gonna step down. I'm gonna go make my daughter something for lunch and myself and get coffee ready for my wife when she gets home. I am so sorry.
Okay, thank you for coming up and answering.
Yes, you were just answering questions, Andrew, and
yes,
you know what? You spent a lot of time on Purple's chat, and we really appreciate.
Yep.
And we should respect, even though if we don't agree or disagree with what you're saying, we still need to be polite to everybody on panel. And
Frosty, if there's any more questions you would like, honey, my email is in my about page. Okay.
Sure.
Please let me know. Please let me know that you are Frosty, because it does pop up normal names, and I do not like using them when I read them. If I have to go over them,
it's no problem.
Okay,
maybe we can schedule this another time, because we have taken up a lot of your time, and I know.
And I am so sorry again, Purple.
Purple needs to carry on.
You're fine.
All right, you enjoy, Purple, and I apologize again. I wasn't trying to get heated. I just got a little pissy because I don't like being accused of things I'm not. But you have a good day. I am out.
You have a good day too. Thank you.
Amazing. He was out after that. So let me also say something that I just thought of. So he said there were 3 families going. His friend with 6 kids, himself, his wife, his kids, and Jose. Okay? And they only had 1 truck. I moved here from Florida to Alabama with the kids and myself. We were living at my parents' house for a year after my dad died so I could help my mom with bills and stuff and, get life back together without my dad after 50 years. So I had some stuff in storage and the rest was in the garage, and it was just me and the 3 kids. Didn't have that much stuff. And I had the biggest possible Penske truck. And on top of that truck was my car. So all they had was a rented minivan. Think this through. Follow me here. All they had was a rented minivan and a Penske truck. Where were their cars? Where were all their cars? Did none of them have cars? That only further proves this was a drug run. Because not one of them had a car. Not one of them had furniture. All of this fit in one car. In all fairness, myself, sister, and her family. Okay, were there 11 people with 6 kids? Beds for 6 kids alone and 5 adults. I totally agree. Yeah, it could be U-Haul. I don't know if it's Penske U-Haul. I just picked Penske. I just said Penske. Because someone in chat has mentioned Penske. But think about that for a second. Where were their cars? Did not one of them have a car? Andrew said his friends brought down 2 cars. Why would they bring down 2 cars? Why didn't they just drive their own cars? Why would you need a friend to drive down a car? Why wouldn't you just drive yourself? Drive your own car. It's your family. They had a minivan that they rented. It was a completely rented minivan. Oh, that's the best way to do it, Mighty Mally. Because the odds of you getting pulled over, and believe me, I know people that used to do this shit all the time. The safest place to do a drug run is in a rental car, because you could say it was from a previous owner. You can say that you have nothing to do with it. It's not yours. There's many ways to get out of drugs in a rental car. Many. So, yeah, because if you put drugs in a glove box, how many of you rent a car and look in the glove box? I've never have. I've never looked in the rental car glove box. I just, there it is. So lots of people do, like I said on the panel, lots of people do it with kids in the car, as bad as that is, as long as they're not doing it, because 1, odds are probably not going to get pulled over as much. If you're looking shady, but you have kids in a car and you're not doing anything wrong, you're probably not going to get pulled over. So, exactly, 401k, how convenient. But he said this morning that the guy told him that, the lawyer's not supposed to show it. That's all bullshit. Complete bullshit. Just like not having COVID, you couldn't go get your son. Another lie. Okay, so Chasing was up there. She wanted me to play this because she asked a lot of the same questions and got different answers. So I want to hear. I have not heard this. I don't know what she asked. Okay.
1 second. My daughter needs something.
Purple, thank you for letting me come up, girl.
Oh, you're welcome. The link is for anybody that wants to grab it and come up, and as long as they're respectful and show their face behind scenes, anybody can grab the link.
I see you. You should come up.
Sorry. Like I said, a dad's day is never done. Andrew, do you really want? Yes.
Andrew is Hunter's father. Thank you, guys. Andrew is Hunter's father.
He deserves to be found and brought home. In all
Choosing
honesty.
truth, do you want to leave your camera on or you want to turn it off, love?
Oh my lord, did it go off? It should be back on. Oh, it's ICU.
No, I'm not ICU.
Oh.
I'm chasing truth. I met you on your panel the other day.
Too many people.
Hello,
There's a lot of
Chasing.
people. How are you guys?
Yep.
We are doing well.
Good. I was so late coming in, so Andrew probably answered these questions, but I have some questions. Do you mind answering them, Andrew?
What?
I'm going to be right back, guys.
Okay. So the house was not ready. What house was it? Where was it? And did you guys sign paperwork to move into the house?
My brother handled all that. All I knew, it was a house in town, in Kingsport itself, and he didn't get the notification that the people that were there refused to leave until after we got down there. One second. My daughter's at the door.
Okay.
Child was asking if she can have her fries from last night.
I'm sure mine will hear me on the phone and come down here in just 1 second.
Oh,
so
yeah,
did you
that's why
guys
they are.
put stuff in storage or did you not put stuff in storage?
We put our stuff in storage, yes.
In Tennessee.
Yes.
So how
I
long were you
believe
guys
that's one of
down
the
there?
items she's looking for, is the receipt for that.
Okay. So how
Um,
long were you guys there?
We were there probably about 8 hours, if that.
So you guys unloaded, and then what happened? You unloaded at the storage company, and then what did
Then
that
we went
day
to go
look
look
like?
for a hotel or a motel to stay at, because Jeff had a beeline on another place, but it was a 3-day wait. So we were just
Hold up. So they didn't know. So hold on. Let's follow this. They had a storage unit already, which sometimes you can't get right away. They went there for a rent-to-own house. All right, is anyone keeping track of this? I should get the whiteboard. There was a rent-to-own house, but he also had his eye on another place. Why would you have your eye on another place if you didn't know that they were not moving out until that morning? Most people don't take all their family and all their stuff and decide, let's have backup. That just doesn't, especially on a rent-to-own house. That just doesn't happen.
gonna go to a hotel or a motel for that 3 days and then go over to the house.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that house fell through too?
No, we just didn't have anywhere to stay for that 3 days, given NASCAR was in Bristol and all the hotels were either taken or their prices went up.
Okay, because it sounds like a whole plan. You guys were all going to move down there. So why not just split up and half you guys stay with Allie and the others stay with Candace, since Jose was allowed to stay with Candace? Mm-mm.
Why did you not
Not
want
a-
to stay with Candace? You said you've never been to her house. You knew nothing about her.
Because she reminds me of someone.
Let me also state this, that my fathers and my children, regardless of my situation, they're still my kid's dad and would always be allowed to stay at my house. So being that he's Hunter's dad, I don't see why he couldn't stay at Allie's or, go back an hour or something. There were other places he could have stayed in 3 days, for 3 days.
somebody I knew up here, and that was an instant no.
Okay.
Yeah,
Now, was
that
all
was
your
the one
furniture?
problem. That was the only issue I ever had with Candace, is that up until the case came out, and then more stuff in the dark, more stuff that was hidden started to come out. So up until this last 9 months or so, the only problem I ever had
I'll
with
be right
Candace
back.
is she reminded me of somebody I knew up here. What do you need, honey?
I need help finding the salt. I like salt on my thighs. I can't reach them.
Grab the.
Okay, let me make this clear. No, I do not think he's involved in Summer's disappearance. He lives in another state. I just really don't think that he's involved in it. Do I think this was a drug run? Absolutely.
Stool. There you go, yours.
I don't know where that.
All right, so grab a chair.
I don't know where it is.
Grab a chair. The salt is in the drawers by the cupboard by the
I know. I
bathroom.
know that.
If it's not right there at the edge, we're out. I think we're out because I think I used it to salt the driveway. So you're gonna have to suck it up with no salt. Sorry.
I love salt on my French fries.
I know, honey. But go on, please.
Fries.
Take Stormy and go.
You have this other one. It's
All right.
torturing me all day.
Now go, please. I'm asking nicely. Please go.
I am. Dad. My Wi-Fi's done.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. Kids come first.
Oh yeah.
Andrew,
Okay, so you guys got the
Question.
storage, and then you just. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Chasing. You go ahead, honey.
No, that's fine. I was just wondering
just
about the
wanted to know
storage.
why
That
you-
part was kind of confusing.
It wasn't my money. I go by what I was told.
Let me ask you, why did you in the beginning, please clarify completely why you would say that Jose knew nothing about Summer, that didn't even know she was missing. And then he was in the Philippines and Alaska and
Because I went by word of
BFD.
mouth. I went
Huh?
by word of mouth, and I was told he had no clue about the case, and that he did make it to the Philippines.
Who told
After
you?
Who
he
told
went
you
to
that,
Alaska.
Andrew?
Who told you that, Andrew?
Jeffy.
Jeffy hasn't spoken to him, he said.
Exactly. Yeah, Jeffy said he hasn't spoken to him since he left Tennessee.
Exactly.
So
But
why did
So
you
why
tell
would
you that?
Jeffy tell you
has.
that?
No, somebody else has.
Who?
Jose's Filipino girlfriend, lady friend. I don't know what the hell they are anymore. But they kept in close contact. He was
Who kept in
from what
close
her
contact?
side of the story is, he was stalking her, but I'm not too sure about all that. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, he did, like I said, he was talking with her nonstop day in and day out when he was up here. So I don't know what happened.
Who was talking to her nonstop?
Jose was talking to her nonstop, video calls, whole 9, day in and day out. And
so
And was
I'm not
that
ready to
telling
before
Jeff
or
everything he
after?
was saying,
But he
or-
was talking to her while he was up here in New York with us. He was talking to the woman in the Philippines, day in and day out up here. And then I don't know what happened.
Was this
I
before
mean-
or after you went to Tennessee?
This is all before. Well, he was talking to the Filipino woman before we went to Tennessee. Like every time I go and try to talk to him, he was always on the phone with her.
Okay, but after Tennessee, you
After
guys
Tennessee,
never-
I'm not sure what happened. If they kept in contact or not, I'm not sure. But
So
from
the
what she is saying, they
girlfriend-
did.
The Filipino girlfriend told Jeff, who told you
Yep.
that Jose knew nothing about Summer.
No, I was told he was off grid. It was difficult to talk to him, and that he shouldn't have any idea what's going on. So I took it as Jose had no clue of what the hell was going on. Because if you're off grid, to me, when somebody says they're off grid, that's no internet, no TV, no nothing. So I took it as, okay, well, then he must not know anything. And if he's off grid, leave him in peace. You know what I mean?
Basically, you just assumed that he didn't know.
Well, I mean, that's what off grid means, right? No internet, no TV, no electronics, no nothing. I mean,
That's what it means. You're right.
so when I was told he was off grid. It was like, oh, so he doesn't know shit then. Good. Let's keep it that way. Let's keep him out of this.
I wish I would have heard this before I went live. I mean, before I spoke to him, because he was such a great friend of Jose, but never knew what happened to him, never questioned what happened to him. Why not? I also think maybe Jose was the connection of the drug run, and that's why Jose stayed, possibly. Again, possibly. But yeah, something isn't right. Jose never went to the Philippines. Now, according to his friend, the company he worked for paid for him to go to Alaska. That's what his own friend said. So that was on Andrew's channel. So I don't know why he's talking about the Philippines.
All right, let Chasing ask you a question. I think she's got some questions.
Go ahead, Chase.
So, do you find it at all odd that he went off grid right after leaving Tennessee, doesn't talk to you guys, even though he's known you for years, and then pops back up the week Summer went missing?
Is it confirmed he was there the week she went MIA?
No, I said he popped back up. He said that he called his son, left a voicemail. His son called him back and said, Dad, the FBI's here. The FBI contacted them 8 days after Summer went missing. So he had just
that is kind of
came
odd.
back up.
I think that is kind of odd, and I think I'm going to find out whether or not that's true.
That's his words. I don't know how true it is.
Well, no, I'm not trying to make him out to be a liar. I just want him to, like I said earlier, I just want him to not exaggerate or lie about small shit, because he has insight of that house that none of us has. And if he's lying about the small shit, that's going to discredit every little thing he's saying about that house and what's going on. And I don't want that for him. Right. I mean, I honestly believe in that short time he was there, he's seen a lot of disgusting shit. But for him to sit there and lie about when he got there and everything else, that kind of discredits himself about what's going on inside that home.
Well, there's a lot to discredit him, because Jeffy said he had never spoke to Jose again after Tennessee.
Yep.
So why would he mail him his phone?
That's what I don't know either. I know Jose owed him a bit of money, and Jeff received the money, and that it had an Alaska address on the package, and Jeff still confused on why the phone was sent. Because I don't even know why.
About that phone being sent. I don't know. I don't know Jeff, so I don't know whether I can believe him or not.
You told us that Jose was a pretty solid dude. Like, he was a good dude. Then Jose did the interview, though. He did those interviews.
Because things have been coming to me because the mother of his grandson got a hold of me about some things, and that's since Jose's come to all over YouTube, and she's fallen across it herself, and she was getting a hold of me, telling me things, and I'm like, this doesn't sound like the man I know. And I told her that. But apparently, before I knew him, he was a totally different person.
Okay, because the impression that I got when I was up on the live with you and Jeff was that he might possibly be okay with younger females, if there's grass on the field. Concerning things.
Due to that comment.
Very concerning things.
Due to that comment that he made to Jeff, and then me asking him, because I was then told that there was some pretty odd messages between him and him and a teenager. I don't want to say her name, and that's why I asked him if he believes Jose would do that. And then so when he said straight up, well, Jose did make this comment at one point in time. So it's perplexed on why that comment was made, and now, however long after that comment's made, he's sending an underage girl messages. It's confusing. And
It is very
I'm not trying to make
confusing.
him like I said, I'm not trying to make him out to be something he isn't.
And he didn't know any of this about his friend. I'm not buying that, Andrew. Sorry, just not buying it. That's something like that doesn't just pop up one day. Yeah, it just doesn't. Sorry.
I'm just confused on it like everybody else because, like I said, that Jose, I know in my heart and in my mind, I believe he would never do something like that.
Do you have any idea whatsoever about Alaska? Because what I had written down was if Jeffy was the reference for Alaska, the texts were dated July. We don't know July 2020 or July 2021. And the Alaska job was allegedly after Tennessee. So that's July of 2021. But Jeffy said he never talked to Jose again after Tennessee. So then how could he be a reference for him? And if it was before Tennessee, then did Jose ever go to Alaska? Because he ended up in South Carolina. And then Jeffy hears that he's in the Philippines.
That's the thing. Jeff found...
And that was the only text that...
Yeah, I did say something to him about seeing if he can't find the initial shit, like the date on it for me. If he could find the initial date when he actually found the cannery that Jose...
Now, I can tell you right now, Chasing is getting very, very frustrated with the bullshit answers and not directly answering anything. I believe that's why Scott then came on and said, how come nobody can give a straight answer? That's how I'm reading this. I could be wrong, but that's how I'm reading this.
Was applied for because Jeff helped him out with that, and they called him for a reference for Jose to work there.
Can you tell us what the day was like when you guys went down there?
It was...
So it took like 12 hours. You get there, and
it was longer than 12 hours. 12 hours is usually the minimal of, and that's if you don't have kids. It was more like 18, 20 hours because we had a bunch of kids. We go for a little bit, then we have to stop. One of the kids got to use the bathroom, eat something, typical parenting things. Even though it was a very, very long trip. But no, when we got down there, it was a beautiful day. Warmer than what it was up here. And it was, like I said, we got down there. We all got to bumped our heads on what was going to happen next. And I called Allison and told her.
Now, I don't know if he answers this in here or not, but where did they go back to? If they were if this was not a drug run and they allegedly had this new place, how did they go back to New York and just get a house? Didn't they all give up their apartments? Didn't they all give up their lives if they were moving to Tennessee? Or did they still have their house in New York? Because I can assure you in 2020, New York rents were extremely expensive, even upstate New York. So did they just have the ability to, all of a sudden, they found houses and that was it? Like that, I just thought of that. This doesn't make any sense, especially in a one-day time frame. They all had houses to go back to. Yeah, I'm sorry. This is a drug run. Exactly what I said.
I was already on the phone with Allison, letting her know I was in town. So she decided to come over and try to help us find a spot for at least 3 days. And that's when Candace, the grandmother, and a couple kids in the truck showed up at the dollar store. Because she asked us where we were at, and I said, well, we're over at the dollar store at the minute. And she's like, okay. And then next thing I know, she shows up.
So you guys were down there, you arrived and went straight to the storage unit, or at what point did you guys find out that the house that you
he found out just as we were entering the Tennessee border. So, and he texted me and told me about it.
Hold up. He says that he found out when they hit the Tennessee border, okay? Hey, Frosty, when they hit the Tennessee border. But he told me that he found out after they got there. So it's sketchy. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that. But how did they already have another house lined up? And why? Oh, wait, no, I'm wrong. Because he said after they put the stuff in storage, that's when they found out. Now he's saying that they found out when they got to the Tennessee border. So if you found out when you got to the Tennessee border, why in the world would you then dump your stuff off in storage? There's no reason to put your stuff in storage. That's a blatant lie. I'm telling you, this was a drug run. That's all this was a blatant drug run. And somehow I think Jose is in the middle of it.
And it told me about it, and I delivered the message to those that were in the vehicle with me. And he also said he was trying to find something else. That way we don't have to worry about nothing or turn around and come back up here. And yeah, everything else had a 3-day wait list.
Can Jeff
And there were no
supply
hotels.
us with an address of the house since he's the one who did everything? Can he supply a receipt for the house?
He can, but right at this moment, like I said, given there's some legals going on with that, he cannot.
What do you mean he can't tell us? Can he tell us a street name?
I believe he can. He can, and I'll ask him.
Was it in Rogersville? Was it in?
It was in Kingsport itself. Because it was, he said it was close to, it was about, the hell was his exact words? No, he said it was a 1.5 miles away from the place he transferred to by walk.
So did he just go back to New York and transfer back there with his job?
The transfer wasn't completely through because he took his vacation days that time, so it had time to go through, and he didn't have to worry about missing any work.
So you all went to a house you didn't know in a town you really didn't know with.
The only thing I knew about Kingsport is how to get through it.
You just went by the seat of your pants, basically.
Yeah, kind of we thought we had all of our ducks in a row. Turns out it was a flop, and we basically just said, you know what, we're just going to wing it, see what happens.
Now, what was the transfer about? Was he transferring a job or something? What was that?
Yeah, he was transferring his job from here to down there. He's been working at the same place as long as I've known him.
So what happened with the job? That he just decided, no, since we can't find a place?
No. The transfer wasn't completely through. It was still in, how do I put it? Transition.
Okay.
So if his transfer wasn't complete, I'm just really curious as to how Jeff was comfortable enough to go all the way that far from home to a job that may or may not complete its transfer to go back. I'm just really curious.
It's not the first time he's done it.
Jeff was comfortable enough to go all the way that far from home.
Jeff is like myself. He
Job
likes
that may or may
to
not complete its transfer
take things on a whim sometimes.
I'm just
Not always, but sometimes.
It's not how Jeff was comfortable enough to go all the way that
Jeff is like myself.
job that may or may not complete its transfer.
Take things on
Purple,
a
you
whim.
have
Purple,
bad
I think
feedback.
you're echoing.
Oh, I haven't even been paying no mind to chat. I'm so sorry, guys. But no,
I'll mute myself real quick. I'm trying to figure out how to put it on subscribers only. So just keep talking.
You go into your YouTube
yes,
studio.
Purple, if you can
in the
figure that
back
out,
end.
please email me and tell me how you did it.
You go to your YouTube studio in the back end. Then you go to the live stream that we're on and click the little edit button.
Oh, okay.
On the left-hand side, you'll see customize.
Yeah.
And when you go in there, just scroll down and you'll see where you can put it on slow mode, subscribers only.
No,
how
well,
long they have to be.
Well, I have to do that.
So one thing I noticed too is so now they all went there and the transfer wasn't really complete. So they had jobs back in New York. Okay, none of this makes any sense. Now, what I will tell you though is drug users, I have no doubt that a bunch of drug users would move to another state without thinking it through, without having any idea where they're going, even with children. So that part of the story, I don't doubt. It's all the lies in between that doesn't make sense. And it's just lies. And let me reiterate one more time for those of you that are new coming in. Big drug runs. When I say big drug runs, I'm not talking somebody goes to another state to pick up an ounce of cocaine. I'm talking kilos of cocaine. I'm talking kilos of methamphetamine. Now, you can get coke in New York, but you can't get meth in New York. At least you couldn't. Meth was never a big thing on the East Coast. So when you're going somewhere to pick up, let's say I cash out my 401k and I'm going to go to Tennessee where meth is huge. I'm going to go to Tennessee during COVID and pick up $10,000 or $15,000 or $20,000 worth of meth. I'm going to bring it back to New York. I'm going to quadruple my money, no problem. Well, bringing back $20,000, and I'm just throwing out a number, but $20,000 worth of meth, that's that's a long jail sentence. Long jail if you get caught. People get nervous while they're transferring drugs. People get scared. People are constantly looking around, even if they're not high. They're constantly looking around. But now you have a van that's following a Penske truck, a U-Haul, whatever. The drugs are somewhere in that truck. The kids are behind just in case something goes wrong. Just in case something goes wrong. You have the kids in the minivan, you have the drugs in the truck. Most cops, unless you do something radically wrong, cops are not pulling over a U-Haul unless they're driving crazy. On the average drive, because your car's registered, your car's insured. So it's much easier for somebody to transfer drugs in a U-Haul or a rental car. They had 2 rental cars. They had a minivan that was rented, so that didn't get pulled over. And they had the U-Haul, Penske, whatever. I rented a Penske. That's why I say Penske. Penske. And I'm telling you, from his reaction to my answer, my questioning, it's the most uptight he has been in all the interview I'm watching. He couldn't handle the questioning. Jose going off the grid tells me that Jose was the one that facilitated this drug connection. That's why he went on the run. When he realized his name was clear, that's when he came out of hiding. This is my opinion. It is just my opinion, but you guys will see. I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm pretty sure I'm dead on about all of it.
That on every live I do?
Yes, it's every live.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it doesn't just stay that way for all of them?
No, unfortunately.
Well, listen, I'm still new to this. So
I am not new to it, and it took me a long time to figure it out. So.
And in all honesty, yes, in the beginning I come out and I wanted to protect my son. I wanted to keep Jose out of the spotlight. And about 5.
But why did you want to keep Jose out of the spotlight, though?
Because in my mind, in my heart, the boy didn't need to be involved. It was literally almost a year before that he was even there. And to me, it seemed like it was reaching to even go back that far.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just pissed off about it. And I was like, no, just leave the man alone. Let him live his life, you know? And I still say this now. Leave the man alone. Let him live his life. I mean, I got nothing against him. I just don't like that he's lying about small shit. That's all. I don't want his story about what happened at that house to be discredited because he is lying about it, because he doesn't have definitive proof about small shit.
I'm going to step down.
And
okay,
I know how rough these streets are.
One of the questions in the chat was, why are we grilling you or grilling Jose? And just to be really clear on the whole situation, the only thing we'd ever heard of Jose is that he was a good guy. He may have slept with Allison and some goofy stuff might have happened. Nobody really thought much of that situation. But when he came out with so much information, I think we all got overwhelmed and excited that he was giving us a little glimpse into somebody who lived there. Yes, Allie was her friend, but Jose lived in that house, confronted Dawn, was cooking, cleaning, doing errands, all of these things for them. But when the stories started to sound odd, like, well, I went off grid, I went to South Carolina, not North Carolina, I didn't want people to know, I threw my phone into an ocean, no, his phone was mailed to Jeff, you guys went down there, turned back around in 8 hours, had a storage unit, left him there, and then the grass on the field comment.
In all honesty,
it was a lot. Once we started putting the dots together, we're like, none of this really makes sense. So if we can clarify it and just move past it, great.
Yeah, but I'm saying the only thing that's confusing on my part is why he stayed.
What was his reasoning when you guys were like, all right, we're going home?
Okay, hold on again. Can I just
I'm sorry, Frosty.
No, it's okay. I just jumped up. Good morning, Purple. Good morning, Andrew.
Morning.
I'm a friend of Purple's, Chasing Truth. So nice to meet you. Purple's getting quite a few people in chat, and I was hoping, respectfully, Chasing, if you could show Purple how to put it on subscribers only. It would help her mods regulate the chat a little better.
She's got it. It's on there now.
It's on there now?
She's got it. She found slow mode and all of that.
Oh, from the time I popped up here.
I am so sorry, Purple.
I was in the background working.
No, it's all good. So now I'm going to jump back down respectfully. Thank you so much for the intermission commercial break. And I think they're great questions that Chasing is asking. Andrew's, the panelists are all very polite. So I'm going to just drop down to be in chat. And I'll be modding down there, okay? Thank you for letting me up, Purple.
Thanks.
Okay, go ahead. I apologize for interrupting. Thank you.
I'm gonna grab.
Why don't I have
more
mods
mods too?
Why don't I have mods like that? That is awesome. Why don't I have mods like that? Frosty, you're very sweet.
You got to pick the right mods. You see,
I need something. That's awesome. I mean, my mods do the best a great job. Ever. I'm not gonna lie, my mods do a great job.
There's a lot of trolling around here, so there's that.
Oh yeah, ever since I started going after Benny, it's been a real pain in the ass.
What made you stay on YouTube?
My chat. What made me go monetized? My chat. What made me put up my PayPal, Cash App, all that crap is my chat. I wanted to be done 5 days after I said my piece. 5 days. It took me 5 days to say my piece about my son and Jose. I got up there. I did what I set out to do. People were no longer talking about Jose and Hunter. I was good. I was happy. I was done. And then my chat begged me to stay. And I did, out of respect for them. I have people.
Do you regret staying now?
No, I don't. In all honesty, I don't. And I have fun. It's good. But when you got bullies out there, it's like, I'm just done with it. I'm done with them. I'm not done with YouTube, none of that. Because there's a lot of good people out there. And it's just, right now, it's like, I'm just taking a break from all the drama that's surrounding everything. I'm kind of going back on my word about not doing lives, panels for a little while, but I don't mind. Purple seems like a nice woman. Her chat's very nice. And, nice channels, I don't mind coming up saying hi and, whatnot. I mean, nothing wrong with that.
So you feel like we have a...
Translation, nice channel in his eyes is somebody that doesn't question his bullshit. That to me is what he considers a nice channel. Just my opinion.
Reason or no reason to be concerned about Jose, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I don't think there should be a reason to worry about Jose at all.
Where was Jose when he was off grid then?
I have no clue. From what I was told, from what I got told word of mouth, is that he never made, is that after I found out he never made it to the Philippines, is that he stayed in Alaska. That's what I found out. Well, that's what I was told. Because now I have to clarify, most of the information I got on Jose is word of mouth information. So it's not a truth
And that
nor
was
a lie,
from,
it's just word of mouth.
that was from the Philippines lady to Jeffy to you.
Yes. And the pictures that I have, that I personally have of Jose recently with a woman, I don't know the exact location where they were taken.
Just for the record, I won't turn down money. Just for the record, anyone wants super chat, be my guest. You're more than welcome.
Hang on one second. Go on, please.
Who's the copying me, Johnny?
Go on, please.
Who's the ketchup?
Oh, ketchup. Hang on one second. I gotta get my little one some ketchup.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if the chat has other questions, but I asked all my community post questions. I mean, it's still really weird to me that they went down there and it took a really long time. They rented a storage unit and then turned right around. I mean, I've worked in the business field for years and years. I've helped people do relocation, job transfers, all of that. I don't understand. Well, because he was with the company. So let's say it was ABC Construction. He's with them for years. They have a location in New York. He's going to move to Tennessee. That paperwork is done, ready, and put through signed before you move.
There was a issue. I know what you're talking about. You're absolutely right. Usually, if you do it, put in a transfer, it takes a little while to get it takes about a week for it to fully go through, given you have to do all the proper paperwork.
Thank you, Lucy. Thank you.
There was an issue with that.
Okay.
And it's kind of weird, and it's not too far-fetched, but my brother's boss did not want him leaving at all. He actually was very upset he was leaving, to the point to where he was offering Jeff damn near manager pay just to stay.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't want to
But you guys unpacked your homes and put them in a truck and left. Like, you guys seem determined.
There we go. Thank you, Reagan.
To move to Tennessee.
Oh, yeah.
To give it up within 8 hours and say, well, that house isn't ready, and whatever. We're gonna leave.
It's not for the lack of trying. We did try. We did find other homes that would suit all of us and what we needed. Mm-hmm. But there, like I said, there was that 3-day wait. And we weren't gonna make the children sleep in a van or in the back of a U-Haul or any of that. That's borderline child abuse right there. And I wasn't.
Was Jose living with you guys when you
Jose was living
left?
with my brother Jeffy.
Now, Jose, your brother said that he had lived with him for 2 years, so he had been living with him since 2018 at that point.
Yep.
So he was not going through a horrific divorce, or he was?
From what we had been told.
Thank you, Spivvy. Woo woo. Super chats totally appreciated. Candle sales more than appreciated. I got a lot of them. And Cash App, Venmo, all of that. But thank you guys.
Mind you, word of mouth. Is that him and his wife broke up when their youngest child was a toddler.
How old's their youngest child now?
I think he's in his mid-20s. I'm not sure. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't have that type of information, and the one that does is currently working.
Okay, so one last question, I guess.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can only give you what I know.
I'm just so baffled how all of this.
It's all listen. If I was to get this woman up on my channel to talk about Jose, oh boy.
I think at this point we're all kind of concerned, because if he was notified about Summer 6 to 8 days after she went missing, he did not reach out to you, Hunter's father. He didn't reach out to you. He didn't reach
No,
out
he
to
didn't
Jeff.
reach out
He
to
didn't reach
me.
out
He
to
didn't reach out to
Candace.
Jeff. Nothing. Jeff's had the same phone and same number for years. So I'm not understanding why he didn't just reach out. And from what Jeff
Because the
said,
way he's portraying it, he really, really, really cares about Summer. So I'm very confused as to why he didn't.
Okay, call me crazy. Call me not the norm. But I'd like to believe that if a friend of mine lived with me for 2 years and then all of a sudden disappeared, I would be doing everything thinking that they're dead. Because if someone lives with you for 2 years and then all of a sudden just completely disappears, you're not worried about him. You're not thinking, where did he go? Is he dead? Did he move in with someone? Is he disappeared? Like, that brings me more back to the drug theory, and that this was a drug run and Jose was the facilitator. And maybe it didn't go according to plan, and that's why Jose stayed behind. Possible. I got to think about it more, but somehow Jose left behind, I think, had to do with the drugs or Allie. I don't know. Too much info, too fast. I really got to sit back and think about it. But the drug run, for sure. What they're all hiding, drugs. That's what they're hiding. So for those of you coming in late, Andrew Hilts is Hunter's biological father. Bye, Reagan. Thank you.
Reach out.
And he has not said, and he said he was hanging out with my son and whatnot. Okay, well, that he's my son, and you couldn't reach out and tell me what was up. That's my kid, bro. You're not his dad.
Very concerning.
You were his mother's boyfriend. You're not his father, dude. You need to step up and let the dad know so I can handle it.
He was your friend, and if Candace confided that drunken secret to him about your son, I'm very concerned at why he didn't reach out to you, his friend, or Jeff, and say, listen, I don't know if this is true, but this is what this lady just told me.
I don't know. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if anything like that's happened. The only two people that do is my son and Candace. And when my son is ready to actually speak about certain things, I will be the first one to ask his permission to sing it from here to hell.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not really fair. He's underage and his business shouldn't be out there. Unfortunately, now it is.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm of course.
Now, I have a question for anybody. And for those of you that know this case better than me, don't get mad at me for this. Where is this rumor starting that Hunter is in state care? Because Hunter has a mother and a father. Why would he be in state care? I know it's been said multiple times, but I never understood where it came from, or if it's just rumor or what. But it just doesn't make sense that a kid with two adult parents who have other kids in the house would be in state care. So can someone please fill me in on this?
Course, concerned with that situation, but I am more concerned as to Jose knew you guys for years. He lived in your brother's house.
We're not understanding the all of a sudden disconnect either.
Right.
We're not understanding that. We're not understanding why he decided to throw us on the back burner when he was living with my brother, and I've lived with my brother a few times when I was.
Okay, so he got in trouble and he's in juvie. That's totally different than being in state custody, like, he was taken away due to whatever. He stole a car with a child in it. All right, so he's in juvie jail. That makes more sense. All right, juvie jail makes a lot more sense. All right, thank you.
I was going through a rough point in my life due to my now ex-wife. So Jeffy's has a good soul. He looked after me in my worst of times. So
this whole thing is so confusing.
Isn't it though? I mean, I'm even sitting here watching bits and pieces of Justice for All's interview with him. It's just crazy. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, what the hell is going on?
He was yelling about how you should have handled what went on with Hunter and you should be down there and you should. And I'm thinking, but you didn't tell him. He didn't find out all of this until later. So you, Jose, did not tell Andrew, who's your friend, that you had this information. So how was Andrew supposed to go down there to handle this?
Okay, so hold on.
If he didn't know.
Can we see? Can you see
It's so
me?
confusing.
I'm not currently looking at chat.
Yeah, he got transferred to state facility, not state like foster care. It sounds like he went from juvenile to an actual prison or an actual jail because he had a fight. They wouldn't take him and put him in foster care. It's just not how the system works. If he had a fight in juvenile hall, they may transfer him to state facility, meaning county jail, and just keep him segregated or change him to an adult prison. That would make sense.
If you give me a minute, I will.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes.
I think he has a question for you. ICU has a question.
All right, ICU, I am so sorry. I'm trying to
ask.
Yeah, I
ICU,
wasn't
can you
looking
come
at
up?
chat
I'll
this whole
hop
time.
down. I'm done with my questions, I think.
Like I said, I can only give you what I know. And like I said, Jose to me seemed like an all right guy before he stopped talking to us. He's still an all right guy to me. It's just, I just want to make sure that what he's saying to everybody, even if it's the smallest little thing, that he gets it right. So that way.
Okay, so I have a question for you guys. I'm going to strictly leave it up to you guys. I have to go drive Phoenix to work right up the road. So I can either have a couple of people on panel and talk. I can run the video for when other people come up. I'll literally be back in about 7 minutes. So it's totally up to you guys. Or I can shut it down and someone else can go live. You guys got 2 minutes to answer. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. Run it. Purple Knight, are you okay with that? Run video, okay. Meth is a hell of a drug to be in. Oh, believe me, I know it. Run it? All right. I'll be back in about 7 minutes. It's all right, Fluffer. I got to take Phoenix to work. All right. I'm going to run it. I will see you guys shortly. I'll be back real quick. It's only right up the road.
The big stuff he's talking about doesn't get discredited. I won't bash Jose. I'm not like that, but I won't let him sit up there and make it out to be make his whole thing about the inside of that house a lie because there's indiscrepancies on time and this and that about dumb shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think a lot of people believe a lot of what he had to say.
Oh,
but when it comes to the details, it's like, were you there 6 months or were you there 30 days? Did you really confront Dawn or is that a lie? Because we know how Dawn is. And I think if Jose is going to the bathroom curtain saying, Summer, come out of there, and protecting her from Dawn, I just find that to be bullshit. I think Dawn would have clocked him. I don't think Dawn's going to let anybody run his house. The whole thing seems odd to me.
Oh, yeah.
If he's saying all of this stuff.
It's weird.
I don't know.
I'm just saying. It's just some of the shit he's saying is weird.
And if he truly got divorced from the wife 20 years ago, then he wasn't going through a horrific divorce. So that's because we were all saying, you know, maybe his mental health was really bad. And you've got to have some empathy for that and feel for the man and say, okay, he probably got the dates wrong. I understand. But now we're hearing from the people closest to him, you and Jeff, that no, he was divorced 20 years ago. Well,
no, he broke up with her when his youngest son was a toddler. Divorce might have just happened. I'm not sure about all that, but from what I was told, they broke up back when his son was a toddler. So I don't know about it. Divorce going on then. I'm not sure. In all honesty, I don't know much about the whole divorce thing with him. Buck-eyed mama. I mean, he could have told Jose. Jose could have told Allison, and Allison not tell me, because I'm really, a hot-headed person when it comes to my children.
Well, do we know when Allison found out?
About that whole situation, I'm not sure. And as I know,
or who told her? Like, when did she find out, and who told her that this was happening? If he reported it to her while he was still in Tennessee, then
I mean, if that, that's a good question. I'll have to ask her when she comes up on my channel on Tuesday. I'll ask her. That's a good question. Because
who told her? How did she know this?
Oh yeah,
because it had always been a really odd rumor since the beginning of the case, and on my own channel, I've been dispelling that. Like, no, Candace and Hunter, stop saying that. It's not appropriate. And now we hear it from Jose, and it's like,
Allison did say that Candace had the mindset of a teen. She never really grew up. So that could explain, the banter between Hunter and Candace on the Facebook screenshots that's gone around YouTube 1,000 times. I mean, it could be innocent, but it still doesn't look right because a grown woman's doing this with a child. It does not look right. But I personally have filed reports on Candace myself.
Why haven't they addressed them? Do you know?
Because the summer case itself takes precedence over it. And as it stands,
I mean, I get that, but do they have like one officer? Why wouldn't they take this very seriously?
They're trying to do, I guess from what I'm being told, this is from what I'm being told now. From what I am being told is that the summer case itself is a higher priority than the reports right now. But as soon as something comes to light about the case, or the case is solved, they're going to move forward and handle the reports.
But what if mine and Allison's. God forbid, never find Summer? Then
that's what I'm saying.
Because this report, if in fact any of it is true, and I'm not asking if Hunter ever said that it was, I don't even want to know. But if two parents go and say, we believe our child was sexually assaulted in some way, or whatever it is, I don't know what wording you guys are using, and they're like, well, the Summer Wells case is a little more important, but as soon as we can get around to it, we will. I would be,
well, like I said,
beside myself. Like, what?
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if you file a report, no matter if there's anything else going on or not, they're going to go look into it. Bottom line.
Of course.
But
of course,
given that I'm up here, I can only be told so much because you can't prove who you are through a phone.
Well, you filed reports yourself, so I'm thinking,
yes,
well,
I filed
maybe
them over,
Allison's just telling you that
over the phone. And trust me, that was a pain right in the ass to prove who I was.
So unbelievable.
But from what I am told, now mind you, this is what I've been told, is that they will handle it when the Summer case comes to light, or they do what they're doing with the Summers case. That's what I've been told. Does it smell right? Does it sound right? No. I mean, that's what I've been told. I mean,
no.
Do I believe it? No. I'm just delivering the information that I've been told, because I see somebody in chat is calling BS on that, and I don't blame them. I'd call it too, because I'm just think it's BS too.
Yeah, I mean,
I completely agree.
But
Blue Willow. I mean, I think it's bullshit too. But I can only, like I said, I can only do so much being a 12.5-hour ride. Well, a 12.5-hour ride and away, and I don't have $1,000 every time I want to go down there to file a report. It's very hard being up here and all this going on down there. And I'm doing everything I can, that without basically, like I said, going down there every time I want to file a report when I have seen evidence and have the evidence to press a charge or what have you. And it's difficult. I mean,
Is Allie the one telling you?
Huh?
Is Allie telling you that?
Well, Allison said that they're waiting on the case to get done. That's exactly who told me. And
I hope she can clarify that Tuesday, maybe.
ICU, I know you're waiting for Justice for All to come in. And that's fine. I don't mind. I mean, it's all good. I ain't gonna lie to the dude. I actually like him. I actually like him. He's cool. I have nothing against him. He went out there, he did his homework, he did his thing, and I'm very proud of him. Good man. He did something that I couldn't do or any other creators could do, which is definitively find Jose. So I'm very proud that he put that legwork in, and I will praise him from here to hell for that.
Yeah, I just really wish his story made more. I believe a lot of it, about Summer's behavior, and you can see it, the videos on TikTok,
You're roboting.
Didn't add. Yeah, my phone's dying. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to let you know you were roboting and freezing a little. Did H steal a car in PN? Not that little Texas tuxedo, not that I know of. I mean, I don't have exactly all details on that rumor. But as far as I know, not that I know of. Oh my Lord, I got text messages up the ass.
Welcome everybody that's just coming in. Yes, I did have to put it on subscribers only. It was getting too much, and we had somebody kept coming in spamming the chat. So, yeah, I did have to do that. I usually don't, but this is the most people I've had on a live yet. I thank each and every one of you for being here. I have no problem with just hanging out and having people ask questions.
I do apologize. I wasn't trying to take over your channel, honey.
Oh no, you're fine.
Well,
I have no problem with this whatsoever.
Because that's what I get worried about. I get worried because when I pop in new people that I've never seen before's chat to say hi and whatnot, it instantly becomes about the case and everything else. And it's like, oh my God, I don't want them to think I'm taking over their channel. I mean, this is not what I'm here for,
Right. No, and as long as it could possibly help, Summer in her case, I'm all for it. I mean, that's the most important thing is finding her or finding out what happened to her and bringing her home regardless. So it does not bother me whatsoever. And a lot of my people in the chat, they've actually, really dug deep into this case since day one. I really,
well, they would,
haven't.
I'm gonna have to let you know they know more about the case than I would.
Well, but they have questions for you and stuff. So,
oh no, that's fine. That's completely all right. But like I said, they have more insight about the case than I do because I followed it for, like I said, the first 3 months, and then it started consuming my home life and my other my family here, and it was just I just wasn't in the right state of mind because my son is involved in it, and I had to step back, and I stepped back and I stayed away from all of it up until well, how do I say it? My YouTube stopped working properly on my TV, and I went to go and I had to look for myself on my phone, and I seen all the negativity and hate towards myself a month prior to when I went up on my first live. And I was like, I'm not going to sit here and allow this to go on.
Right.
And then I
Yeah, there's
drove
a lot
back
of
to
hate and bullying on YouTube.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry, what was
there's a
that?
lot of hate and bullying. I said there's a lot of
Oh,
hate and
yeah.
bullying on YouTube.
Most indefinitely. But no, like I said, I only know as far as reports, I made my own, and I have not heard anything back yet. I have more cop, TBI, LE. I have more cop numbers in my phone than I ever wanted in my life. I mean, it's to the point to where I have them on speed dial every time I want to know what's going on. And it's a pain right in the butt.
Yeah.
And every time I see a Tennessee, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Every time I see a Tennessee number come across my phone, I'm hoping it's either their version of Child Protective Services or somebody telling me what exactly is going on. And it always seems to be a telemarketer.
Right. Yeah, the infamous telemarketers. I hate those people.
Oh yeah, it's not. No, they have no reason to interview me. None. No reason at all to interview me. Because if they did, they would have already been banging down my door. I have been in the same place for over a year. I'm pretty sure they know where I'm at. How often?
Yeah, are you in contact with
them? I've been having issues getting off voicemail. I mean, I get a voicemail, I call them, and I get a voicemail, and I want to get a call back. But like I said, it's very hard to prove who you are through a phone call. So they probably just think I'm some Joe Schmo claiming to be somebody I'm not. Even though I'm pretty sure by now they should know who I am. But Allison has more control over that than more control over what's going on than I do because she lives down there.
Right.
And she has physical custody. I've seen him get angry a few times, but I mean, he mostly yelled. I mean, it wasn't like he threw or hit anything. He just yelled. Stormy, I will not by any means answer that question at all. And I'm sorry if that comes off mean. I do apologize. I'm not trying to be mean, but please do not ask me that question again. Am I employed at this current?
Okay, what was the question? I just got back. What was the question? I missed it. It's been said that Allie filed an RO against Candace on October 15th. I don't believe that. Is there proof of that? Is there... I don't know. I'm just not buying that. Because then why would you let your son go with him again to go to the pond or whatever? Yeah, I'm just not buying it.
Moment, no. Am I in this YouTube for money? Hell no. I can make 4 times as much as I'm at a warehouse job working 4 days.
He's not in this for money, but if you notice, yesterday on his interview, not on his interview, on his thing, he's got Cash App, Venmo. Yeah, you are in this for money because you only got in this for money. Purple Knight, speaking of money, what is your Cash App again? I need your Cash App.
Days a week than what I make off this. This just became something my subscribers wanted me to do.
Okay, call me an idiot because it's scrolling across the bottom. I can grab it.
Speaking of custody, why did you say... Because she did. It's by legal law, if... I don't know how it is with each state. By legal law, if a mother has custody of a child, but the father has visitations or joint custody of said child, the mother is not legally allowed to move out of state with that child without going through court and getting the father's permission. And Allison chose to leave New York without getting the proper permission from the courts and myself. And in the law's eyes, that is parental kidnapping. But I'm not sure if that goes for all states. I'm not sure how that works in different states. All I know is about New York. I mean, I did live in Vermont for a little while, for about 2 months, and I did live in Georgia for about a month and a half. So, I mean, but I was mostly born and raised up here. Oh, thank you, Irish Rainbow Things. But, given Allison didn't have any of that, I nailed her to the wall for parental kidnapping. But when it came down to actually confirm it, I went and I said I was going to be done for a little while, as in panels and other live streams. I didn't mean it as I was done with with YouTube itself. I'm breaking rules by being up here today because I really wasn't going to. There's a lot of things going on with my doctors, and my daughter's birthday's coming up, so I wanted to take a little break from this and pay more attention to that. Just to clear that up, I do apologize if people thought I was taking a break permanently, taking a break from YT altogether. No. I watch YouTube every day, all day, man. YouTube keeps my mind off of what I'm going through in real life. Allie had cops go get, from what I'm told, yes. Word of mouth says yes, that she had cops go get the kids. And no, why not go get your kids? At the time I was here. Like I said, it cost me about $1,000 to go down there once a year to get Hunter. And that's down and back. And that's for food, gas, and drinks. So it's crazy. And usually my mom foots that bill because that's her grandson and she wants to see him. And yeah, I owe my mom a lot of money. Shit, I owe her my life. Oh, I'm sorry, Purple. About the language.
Oh, you're fine.
Well,
you can cuss over me.
Well, I try to respect other people's channels. It's like I said, my channel is completely different from who I really am in life. And I know it doesn't make me look like a good person, but you know, I just like to be a jackass at times and whatnot. And I got a good chat that likes it when being a jackass is cool. It takes our mind off of, real life things. But I always make sure.
Purple, I just sent you 20 to PayPal. Thank you. He's losing it on his live. Oh, no shit, Heaven? Is he really? All right, hold on. Let me find it. You better not be lying. I don't even know his what's his channel name? Andrew Hilts?
Have to worry on what's going on what things my daughter is on and watching. I should not have to worry about it, and now I do. And that's fucked up. No, Frosty, like I said, Purple's fine. No. Purple is good. Nothing against Purple. No. Frosty, no. Please don't take that towards Purple at all. Purple was a very nice, kind woman to me today. And I give her all the love. Never, that's what I just stated is not against.
He's talking about Purple Nights, not me, Purple. Just let's make that clear. He's talking about the host of the other channel. So now I got to rewind and see what he said.
Having a rough time. That's the only questions I will accept. Outside of that, no more with this summer bullshit. And I'm calling it bullshit because it went from looking for an innocent girl to now invading people's privacies, to now attacking minors. And I think that's bullshit.
Who attacked a minor?
Go back to the main focus, which is trying to find this little girl. Stop attacking people. Stop reaching for something that's not there. And that's the bottom line. I should not have to worry on what's going on what things my daughter is on and watching. I should not have to worry about it, and now I do. And that's fucked up. No, Frosty, like I said, purple's fine. No. Purple is good. Nothing against purple. No. Frosty, no. Please don't take that towards purple at all. Purple was a very nice, kind woman to me today. And I give her all the love. Never, that's what I just stated is not against purple at all. Period. Purple has nothing to do with this. She is a good, innocent woman doing her own content.
But he's not doing this for money. But he's got PayPal, Cash App, but he's not doing this for money. Okay. Why is Laura being attacked in chat? What, in their chat? Of course I am. Did you hear me question him? I don't know what his daughter has to do with anything.
Let's get on with this day.
Michelle, I'm sorry I deleted your last comment. I thought it was about me.
Oh, I'm gonna start stating it. Period. I'm gonna start stating it at the beginning, in the middle, all the way around, so everybody can hear me. This is not a true crimes channel. This will never be a true crimes channel. If somebody in my chat will somebody get this douchebag, doctor, whatever the fuck out of my channel? I don't know Benny a goddamn dime. And I'm not falling for his bullshit today either. And Queen Bitch, I unsubbed from Purple. She could have muted that lady, but didn't. I think Purple was trying to get in there, and Purple even called her out about lies on some shit. So I think some shit is gonna go down. Yeah.
What?
Purple was in Perplex's live, and some shit I think is gonna go down between her and them. What's up, Robin? And it's really weird to say your name because my mother shares the same. MGL, BK, and Ernie do not need to be in true crimes. I don't think any of them need to be in true crimes right now. I think they all need to fall back, bump their heads. Go on that night for a little while. Take a step back. Reassess. Get back to the main. Purple is a good woman. She is a very good, and I did apologize numerous times.
Hey, I can't
let it get out of control. For that, we apologize. Perhaps another time we could chat again. Respectfully.
Andrew!
Yes.
You found your wrench.
Yes.
Ow.
Working on it. I have to go over to my page. Working on it, baby. I have to go into my live and I have to mute it. Give me a minute. It takes a minute. Is that S? Happy to talk with her about whatever she wants to talk about. More than happy. Brain, what's up? Good afternoon. But yeah, that's how that goes. And my chat, my beautiful, beautiful chat. I am so sorry again. Andrew, we're from Perplex is streaming your lot. Okay, letter. Mods, if you could do me a favor. Oh, that's right. Hold on.
Hold up. Benny loaned him money for a phone bill? I thought him and Benny hated each other. I'm so confused. And let me just make this clear, Andrew, so you know, I stand alone. I don't stand with Benny. I don't stand with No Thanks. I stand by Perplex. That's it. And I like chasing. And now I like Purple Nights. But just so you were clear, I don't team up with people. I stand on my own.
Content. All I have is members only, guys. How do I fix this? Members of channel. Go on to my chat, and see if it says subscribers only. I don't think you're subscribed to me. Sorry, guys. And now I don't know how many people are in my chat. 4, okay.
Okay, let me say this based on a comment. I'm going to say this again. I'm going to say it loud and clear for the idiots in the back. I do not think Andrew had anything to do with Summer's disappearance directly. I'm going to say that loud and clear. I never did. He doesn't even live in Tennessee. So I don't know why people are trying to put the two together. No, I don't. I mean, it's not like he was there when Summer disappeared. Then it would be a little sketchy. But yeah, I don't think any of us believe that Andrew is actually involved in Summer's disappearance directly. So you guys tell me if I'm wrong. But from what I understand, I don't think anybody thinks that.
I fucked up. I broke it. There we go. Dragon Ball Z. Fuck Naruto. Which, like I said, I was trying to figure out. I'm fucked up. I fucked this all up.
Any of you YouTube scrub balls that are watching my husband's live, keep my fucking child out of your mouths.
There it is.
Who mentioned his child? What did I miss? Who mentioned his kid? I know she's not talking about Hunter because Hunter's not his. I mean, Hunter's not hers. But what is the woman freaking out about? What did I miss?
See, okay. Sorry, Blue Willow. Hi. No, sorry. I was, like I said, I was trying to figure out. I'm fucked up. I fucked this all up. Emotional damage is correct. I fuck everything all up. It gave me an error. Sorry, Frosty. I put it back to open. It's all fucked up. I'll have to figure it out. It was a good time for that to go off. LOL. Oh, you're an ass. Who is texting me? I can't find it, but I'll figure it out.
To any of you YouTube scrub balls that are watching my husband's live, keep my fucking child out of your mouths.
There it is. Purple Knights. Whoa. Hi. Here, Purple. You offered the same. You gave me a link. I'm offering you one. Hey on y'all. Purple just come up, said something. Hello. Don't have any problem with anyone. I asked Laura a question. I'm naturally in this. I don't want any bull, please. Not a problem. Not a problem, Purple. I just didn't know. I just seen some screenshots. I thought maybe there might have been an issue or something. But no, it's all.
Okay, around 11 today, his daughter had a lighter and went on his live channel and said, "Don't tell mom and dad." Huh? His small child has a YouTube channel and said, "Don't tell mom and dad." Interesting.
Good. No issues. No issues. Been on the you. I've been on the you don't know shit about his life assholes all day, Andrew. Hell yeah. Are you going back to no, I'm not even gonna go over there. I'm not even worried about it. Let her stream me. Oh, I know, Theo. You can't see anyone. Did I not fix it? Public. It's published as public. I think I screwed it up. I am so sorry. Hang on. If you leave the chat, come back. Does it help? I'm not sure.
How was your night?
And worked for me. Okay, cool. Thank you, Flip Flop. See, you got to flip flop a little. Bad one. I'm okay outside of, this morning's debacle and finding out that people are snooping through family trees and harassing an 8-year-old. So yeah, now I'm a bit pissy. But
I question, when did that come out? Was that when ICU and Scott H was on panel? Because I haven't heard that either. Is that what he's talking about? Because that I want to hear. I'd like to know why people are freaking out. Oh, I absolutely do. Purple Knights. I don't really have a problem with anyone. People have a problem with me, but I don't really have a problem with anybody. I see when her and Scott H were on panel. Is that when they did it? Thank you, Sam. I am. I hate when people put song words in chat because then I think about the dumb song all day. As soon as I saw it, now I got that tune in my head. All right, he's actually pretty fucking boring. All right, so then we have, there's ICU. Was ICU on, it was before Scott. Then I'm right there now. All right, hold on, let me play it.
Have them. That's always a good thing. Always stay safe and take them. They are prescribed for a good reason. They help you. Does H have a guardian aid?
A guardian ad litem.
I don't know what that is.
It's it's an attorney that children get just for them. They don't work for the parents. They don't work for the state. It's just for them and to protect their constitutional rights and do what's best for the child.
Is that like a child advocate?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm not too sure. In all honesty, I only know what I've been told, and Allison really hasn't gave up much information on that. I mean, we do talk, but she does not exactly tell me exactly everything going on. And yes, it does piss me off. But I do, out of respect, I try not to push too much because we're both focused on him right now and whatnot and trying to figure out shit.
Okay. Old Andrew Boy isn't focused on jack shit. He don't know jack shit about his own kid. Also, when I was driving Phoenix, my son to work, Andrew said that he filed charges against Candace. He said it right then and there that he filed paperwork against Candace. When he spoke to me, that story changed and he didn't file any paperwork, and it was all Allie that filed paperwork. So he's a liar.
But no, I mean, like I said, I only know what I've been told and what I've lived through. So, I mean, it's odd.
Okay. And can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay. The receipt.
By the way, can someone go over to his chat and ask, because he won't answer me, ask about the school. Did they transfer their kid's school before they took this trip to Tennessee? See what he says.
That Jeff showed is dated September 16th and 17th.
Yes, ma'am.
He stated you left on the 18th, which means the truck would have had to have been returned before you even left.
We, from what he was telling me and what he is waiting, and the information he's waiting for is the receipts for paying, for extra days for the vehicles.
Why didn't he show that in the beginning?
He didn't know that and whatnot. And
he stated you left on the 18th, which means the truck would have had to have been returned before you even left.
We, from what he was telling me and what he is.
From what he was telling me, were you not involved in this? From what he was telling you, you would think that you were moving your whole family. You would know a little more, just a little more.
Waiting, and the information he's waiting for is the receipts for paying for extra days for the vehicles.
Why didn't he show that in the beginning?
He didn't know that he was going to get bombarded like that with questions and proof. I just asked him to come up on live and hang out with me and completely spacing about
so you showed proof of something that's not right and caused
it is right.
all this commotion.
No, we did get the vehicle, but the thing, we did get the vehicle, and we did get the vehicle and we did use it. He has receipts for those. Mm-hmm. It's just he has to get them because that's two years ago full of receipts he's got to go through.
Okay, for the record, receipts come right to your email. And all you have to do, whether it's Google, Gmail, or MSG, whatever, there's a little thing on top that you just plug in, let's say Penske, and then boom, any interaction you have with Penske for the last 20 years will pop up. It's real simple. Gmail makes it amazingly simple.
But he had the receipt for the initial one, but can't find the receipt for the extension. How convenient.
No. That was screenshot and sent to him. Because the person that has copies of everything, which was one of our other drivers, had that, was already.
Hold up. So now the other driver has copies of this. Not the person who's 401k. The other driver would have copies of this. Gotcha.
Looking when Jeff went out and made a phone call earlier in stream. And that was the first thing that she found. She's going.
Hooked on phonics, not yet. I'm going to get there, though. But no, I haven't compared them yet. I don't think we've heard it this way yet. Like, this might be the first time that we are hearing Andrew's side this way. And I agree with you, Spivvy. I see you as pretty on point with this. I haven't done that much research as they have.
Going through to get the rest of the receipts to give to him to give to me. I will have all the intel on exactly how long we had the vehicles for, what the damage was when they got, what the price tag was when they got returned, whole nine, within the next few days here. That way it could clear up, because it doesn't look good when you can only show the initial receipt and not the receipt.
No, it doesn't look good. And from the information you gave, a whole lot of shit started. I'm sorry, Purple. I'm sorry, chat, for cussing. But
I wasn't trying to start it.
And then you started trashing Jose.
That's not what I.
No, I'm not that Purple. That Purple is Purple Knights. That's not me. She's much nicer than me. Just saying.
Calling him a child predator, and I mean, show your proof, dude. Show your proof of him being a child predator. I want to see it. If I'm wrong, but show your proof.
It should be across YouTube by now. It's been across YouTube. That's where I heard it.
Okay, we'll go find it.
The lady's name. I'm not.
We'll go find it.
Oh, no, I could just.
Safari, I wish I had that answer. I don't know that answer. I've been asked. That's what I had Chasing on last night. Asking Chasing, why is anything Jose says fucking relevant? I think it's stupid. But now I'm on this whole Andrew kick, so I get it.
Just have Allison show you on Tuesday, because it has to do with Allison.
But you just said it was on YouTube.
Yeah, from what Allison told me, there was something about it on YouTube a few months back. Well, before I came on, so before I started doing.
I believe they were picking up drugs, not dropping off. They were picking up meth.
My lives. So she said it was a few months back from that. So probably, I don't even know, November, December area, I guess. I'm not sure. But she said.
Allison also said that Jose was here in August.
I don't see how that's plausible. I mean, I was like, well, I asked her.
I don't know why ICU didn't do this to Jose. She should have questioned Jose like this, and we wouldn't be so confused.
When the hell it was. Because I forgot when the hell I went down. I will not say the young lady's name. She's underage. But no. And everybody already knows who the young lady is anyway. But no, it was it was in September we went down. And I know that much because I remember the race being there. That's how I remember that. And I also remembered my girls had to wait 14 days to go back to Gloversville school. It's crazy.
Okay.
But outside of that.
Thank you, Clarissa.
No, I don't think he's a predator because, like I said, the Jose, I know, doesn't sound like this evil person. But that's why I asked Jeff about it.
Then why did you repeat it if you don't think it's true?
I asked Jeff about it because Jeff's known Jose longer than I have. And when Jeff made that comment.
Jeff, it come out of your mouth.
Because I was repeating what he said. I asked him, because I told him in that interview that, he was sending messages to an underage girl, whatnot. Does that sound like something he'd do? And then he said what Jose told him. And I go, well, that don't sound too right to me. And,
no. If I remember correctly, you said, well, there you go, folks. There it is.
Yeah, because that's exactly what it is. There's not more I can say after that. But there it is.
But now you're saying you don't think it's true. So now
in all honesty, I don't know if it's true. Like I said, I go by what I'm told. I don't know what it's true. It's mostly word of mouth. So I can believe it. I cannot believe it. I just don't know what to do with it, other than share and see what else people got to say.
What is wrong with saying, I don't know? I don't know if that's true, instead of making up a whole bunch of stuff that just does nothing but cause more problems.
Because from what I'm told, there's
just say, I don't know.
From what I'm told, there's proof of this. On
why doesn't she talk to Jose like this? Oh my God, I wish she would have talked to Jose like this.
A phone that is currently in Allison's custody, I think.
Okay. Then if you believe this, why didn't you press charges?
Because that's not my daughter.
Why didn't Allison press charges?
I don't fucking know. That I don't know. I don't know why Allison does half the shit she does. I don't know why she took Hunter out of state illegally. I don't know why she waited 4 days to tell me about the Hunter being wrapped up in the Summer Wells case. I don't know why she waits to tell me anytime Hunter gets in trouble at school. I don't know why she doesn't tell me anything that's going on, and whether or not she has an child advocate, any of it. I don't know why she doesn't tell me any of this. And I'm not.
Why don't you ask?
I'm not trying to get loud with you. I'm sorry. I'm not being mean. It irritates me because I wish I could know this stuff so I can help. But the thing about it is I don't know what goes on at Allison's home other than what I'm told, and it pisses me off just as much as it pisses off most everybody else here. And I'm his own dad, and I deserve the right to know. It's even stated in legal documents I'm supposed to know this stuff. I don't even know how his health is because she refuses to turn in the documents down there. So I have straight permission to call his doctors and find out what's going on with him or anything else with him. I legally have that right. And she's refused me since 2018 to have that right to know what's going on with his mentals, his physicals, his schooling, and his everyday life. And it pisses me off more than anything. No, I'm not trying to scream and yell at ICU. No, she brings up very valid points. And I do appreciate her. And I'm sorry, Purple, if I'm getting loud on your channel. It's just, that's how much it hurts me. Is because all these things I should know and I deserve to know is I don't. Because Allison refuses to let me have it. Let me have the shit I'm supposed to know. And it hurts. Really does.
Oh, please.
And then I'm up here trying to protect my son, believing my son is innocent all the way around with a lot of things. And then in the end, I may have been a dad standing here protecting somebody that should have been punished. I don't know. And it sucks. I don't know. If you don't lose the pieces, you flip it.
For those of you just coming in, the panel, that Purple is not me. That is Purple Nights. She had lots of people on her panel this morning. She's a new channel. She had ICU. She had Chasing Truth. She allowed me on. I questioned Andrew, so you might want to back up. And now we're listening to ICU question Andrew, and I get the hiccups again. And I just truly wish that ICU would go after Jose like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go off on that rant, but yeah, I'm fine. Go, please.
Every time you talk about it, it's loud.
I'm sorry, honey. And I'm sorry, ICU. But that is a valid point. I should know these things.
But you said you did know because you called him a predator.
Because I got the call from Allison stating that there was a lot of dirty messages between her daughter and Jose. And I'm like, well, do you got proof of this? And then she says, yeah, it's all on the phone. I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, well, calm down, do the right thing, do what you got to do. And then later on, True calls me and asks me if Jose's ever done anything like that. I'm like, not that I know of. And I'm like, is he really doing that? And she said from her mouth that Jose was sending her nasty messages. So I have reason to believe that he did. But until the proof is shown, it's coming from a child. And I have no reason not to believe a child. Why would a child come out and say something like that? So that's what I'm
you probably just should have kept your mouth shut instead of fueling the rumors that he's a pedo. Look, I'm not taking up for him. But
it came across.
Everybody's saying that he is a child predator makes me mad because there's absolutely zero proof. If they were saying,
I'm just saying, I asked Jeff what I was asked, and then.
Let me just point out, there's zero proof that Candace and Don killed their daughter, but it hasn't stopped everybody from blaming them. Thank you, Green Eyed. So I don't want to hear, well, there's no proof that he did this. Well, there's no proof that any of them did anything, but we sit there and speculate and make accusations every day. And I don't see people calling that out either. So let's just keep that in mind. I know, I see you as protecting Jose. Give me a fucking break. There's no evidence that Andrew did anything, but why are you going so hard on him then?
He made that comment about whatever the hell Jose said to him. And I said, well, there's that. There it is. So that doesn't mean that I'm accusing him of being a predator. That's just saying Jose made a comment and we don't know. Because I honestly don't think Jose's like that. I was just asking a simple question because
then if he's your friend, why didn't you take up for him?
We were sitting there, we're both his friend. We have nothing against him. It's just we just don't want the small shit that's gonna be proven wrong for the rest of his story to be wrong. He's got a lot of insight on the Wells case, on the Wells house. He was there. But if you're lying about how long you were there, they're gonna discredit everything that you said after that. And that means that what you're saying about what happened in that house could be discredited, even if you get the smallest thing wrong. And I don't want that for Jose. I mean, I sat there and I even asked Allison personally if what Jose said about her daughter and our son losing their virginity in that home. I personally went after Allison for that. Because with the way Jose said it had me, as Hunter's dad, pissed right the hell off, and I wanted to know.
Wow.
I've known Jeff for 18 years, and I've never had any reason to believe he would lie to me. He's never shown me any reason to. He's always been a good, kind-hearted man towards me and mines. He's really a good, well-headed person. He does have, he did do dumb shit in his younger years, but hey, who hasn't? He's also 10 years older than me. So he's a good dude. To me, he is. Now, what was his life 18 years before I knew him? I don't know. I met him when I was in a stupid place, and him and I were good. And we became friends, and we basically went on with life and stayed good friends. He's one of my closest friends. But like I said, I have no reason for him to come up. And
I would not want you to be my friend if you talked about me like that.
Well, like I said, I mean, I can ask Allison to pull up the text messages and whatnot and let me know and show it on screen come Tuesday. That way we can all find out. Because like I said, when Jose brought up some shit when Jose was bringing up shit about my son, I stopped watching and I went and I contacted Allison to find out what the hell.
Okay. Did I hear you correct when you said earlier that you called from the state line to see if the house was ready?
He got a message when we hit the state line. Jeff did. And then he got a hold of me, and then I told everybody in the vehicle I was in.
So you
and then
went
he was
to
looking
Kingsport
around,
and unloaded your stuff.
He was looking around for other places, for another house for us to go to. That would suit what we needed. And he goes, well, there's one that we can get Monday, but we need somewhere to go until then. I was like, okay, well, there's plenty of hotels and whatnot. Let's go check that out. But they were either full or their prices were doubled due to NASCAR being in Bristol, Tennessee. So we were like, what the hell are we going to do? We sat around for we sat around for a minute, and we were like, we might as well just go back up to New York. And
instead of driving 50 miles out of town to find a hotel room. What was the original reason you decided to move to Kingsport?
Better schooling for my daughter and my stepdaughter, and closer to my son.
Okay, so just forget all that and let's just go back because we don't.
Okay, now I will believe that. I will believe that it could have been better schooling. I know Alabama is way better than New York. So I believe that, and I do believe closer to his son. I don't discredit him on that. But let's continue.
Want to drive 50 miles out of the way to get a hotel room.
Well, we didn't know about.
We'll just go back and go back to everything that we wanted to change.
No, we didn't know. We didn't know about it being different further down the road. We were trying to stay within the area because we had to return the vehicles were going back the second we found somewhere for us to be. For in a hotel or a motel, the vehicles were going back.
But you could have found somewhere else to be for the night. If you just went a little further outside of Bristol.
We didn't know
there's
about
hotels everywhere.
Yes, but I'm saying we didn't know that.
You didn't know there's hotels outside of Bristol and some other town?
No,
some
we
other
didn't know if
city?
they were all. What we didn't know is that we didn't know if the prices were going to be the same because every hotel and motel we went to, all the prices were jacked. So we assumed everywhere else would be the same.
But the race wasn't everywhere else. It was in Bristol.
Yes, and we were in Kingsport, and I don't know how far away those two are from each other, but everything was jacked up there.
So instead of putting your kids in a better school.
Chasing brought up a good point. He told me that it was just his brother. He didn't say anything about that it was better schools or anything. He just said that his brother, had a 401k and they decided to go.
You decided to put them back into
trust
the
me,
not so good school.
Trust me.
Because you couldn't find, did you not think you can find a hotel somewhere else? That's common sense.
Yeah, I know. In all honesty, I was just tired. I just wanted to get done with it.
So you turn around and drive another 11 and a half hours.
It wasn't my idea. It was more towards the drivers and Jeff. It was not my idea, but we also have family up. We obviously have family up here, and it just figured out to be easier just to come back up. So we came back up, put our stuff in a storage up here, and then we went to separate places for a little while. And then, in all honesty, in the sense, let's see.
So you paid for 2 storage buildings then, because you said.
I did not. No, I did not pay for it. My brother did.
You know what I mean.
All right, hold up one sec, guys. I need to address this chat again. Mods, if anybody puts a minor child's name in this chat, block them immediately. I've already said it was not allowed once. I am not going to say it again. So if you guys cannot let them keep posting that in here, I do not want minor children's names posted in this chat. So if you cannot respect that, you will be blocked.
Do I believe it was the real Jose? Yeah, I do. But do I believe he was altered? Yeah. Because like I said to Chasing last night on my live, if you watch him when he was like live on camera, he had a completely different demeanor. Like he didn't know what to say or how to say it, or completely different demeanor than he had when he went off camera. So that was a little sketchy to me.
Go ahead.
Hey, I see you. Hang on 1 second, please, guys. To answer Nina for life. In all honesty, I wish I could. I don't have, like I said, I don't really have anything against the man. I don't. It's just I'm just going on what I've been told and what Allison and her daughter has told me about him when he was down there I mean, it's basically all word of mouth, and I'm just here to say what I know, just like anybody else would. And that's why I asked Jeffy if he's ever made any comments about children before I met him. And that's when Jeff made that comment. So it's like I'm not knowing how to take this other than word of mouth.
Green Eyes. I understand nobody said a last name, but I asked you not to put a first name in it either. They're minor children. I do not want minor children's names being drugged through the mud. So please do not put any part of a minor child's name in my chat. I will not ask you again.
As for Don, I don't know. I didn't even know he existed until this case.
Okay, Andrew.
Yes, dear.
You found out on the way down that the house was not ready.
Yep.
Correct?
Well, as soon as we crossed the state, as soon as we crossed Tennessee
on your way
state line.
down.
Yeah.
On your way down. That's on your way down. So when you got to Kingsport, you rented a storage room and put your stuff in it, but then you turned around and left. So you unloaded it, loaded it back as tired as you said you were, and then drove back another 11 and a half miles. Make it make sense.
We put it in storage because Jeff said he was already inquiring about another place. We just needed to find a hotel for 3 days.
Who are you asking that question to?
Oh, what?
Ro, I want to know who she's asking that question to.
Who's mean?
Who cares?
I see who's not being mean. I see who's just trying to figure it out too. I see you.
Right,
You're not being mean, are you?
Don't feel like I am. I feel like I'm being pretty blunt and to the point.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't think you're being mean. Because I go back and I remember certain things because it pops up on my Facebook page of certain shit. And I remember going down there. I remember getting the storage unit. I remember spending most of the day with whiny children trying to find somewhere to go until
it was September 18th, right? Because they're saying NASCAR ended on the 18th. So hotels wouldn't be that expensive. And your Motel 6s and your crappy hotels, they don't jack up prices. Just saying. No, it said he was a driver, Joe. He said he was a driver. I think. Maybe. No. He changed that story too.
The other home that was inquired was ready. And then I remember the arduous relugging shit into the U-Haul. And then the secondary longest ride of my life all the way back here. And the 14 day.
Rose, that's actually not true. Where I am, we have an excellent school system. We used to be 10-10s, but now we're 8 out of 10. But we have an excellent school system here. So that I disagree with.
14 days of having children home all day long, complaining they wanted to go to school but couldn't. because we went to what New York called a no travel zone. My children had to be quarantined for 14 days due to COVID. And trust me,
Rebecca.
Okay. So he can do this trip with these kids and be quarantined, but he couldn't pick up his own son because of the same quarantine. Yeah, that's not working. One or the other.
I would have not done it.
Nobody's forcing anybody to answer any questions. If Andrew wants to get down at any point, he is more than welcome to. We are not going to force him to stay here and answer questions.
Oh, like I said, I was just trying. If it comes off this, I was trying to bash Jose. I really wasn't. I was just trying to get to the bottom of certain things that were being said about him.
What does that say?
It says
Calling
community-
somebody those names
community
is
chest,
bashing.
pay 1 coin, toad, house, and
Mods, get
2
rid of any
coins.
negativity. I've asked nicely and I've
Each
been very
castle. If you don't have a
patient. We
house or
are
a castle, you don't
2.5
need it.
hours in and people
Okay,
just
so you gotta pay
can't
1
seem
coin into
to
the middle.
respect my chat. So
Newer creators, word of advice. When you're on a panel, never look at chat. Ever. You'll drive yourself nuts. Never look at a chat. I believe, Chasing Truth, correct me if I'm wrong, it was September 18th of 2020 or 2021. For some reason now I forget. It couldn't have been 21. It had to be 20. So it was September 18th of 2020. So he could drive up for his kids, but he couldn't drive up to pick up his son the same year. Gotcha.
any negativity, please just get rid of it. Block them. I'll go through the blacklist later. Thank you.
Yes. But yeah, like I was saying, I mean, I've heard a lot of shit since January about Jose. Even before I did lives, I heard shit. That's why I got up there and was standing up for him. And I was just trying to clarify what I could remember being said. And that was one of the things that come across.
Yeah, she went missing in 2021. That's why this truck thing couldn't have been 2021. It was either 2019 or I think it was 19. Someone help me clarify this. I think it was September 18th, 2019. I believe. I think.
And that's why I asked him about it. That's why I asked Jeff about it. I wasn't trying to stab him or bash him or anything. I was just trying to figure out if some of this shit that people were saying or are saying about him is true. And like I said, I didn't know him that long. Jeff knew him longer than I have. And I didn't know if he knew him prior to him moving into the house.
NC Princess, you probably don't know me because no, you don't have to have my opinion. I actually encourage people to not have my opinion. Just back it up. That's all. 2020. All right, so my original thought was right.
Or not, or what their friendship is or was at this second. So, I mean, I'm going by what I'm being told. And if I re-look up in chat, I believe Brock has met.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold on. So this happened July. We can put this together. If this happened September 18th of 2020, and Don and him had an altercation in October, that would mean he was only there about 2 weeks. 2 weeks he was there. Maybe 3 weeks. Depending on, I think it was mid-October. So yeah, it would have been about 2 weeks that he stayed at the house. That's it.
Mentioned something about Allison saying messages between Jose and a younger woman and an underage child. I just can't find it right now.
Oh, no, I know when Summer disappeared. I'm talking about Andrew's timeline of when he was there. Andrew's timeline of when they actually took off, when they had this truck rental. It was definitely September because he showed a receipt from September.
Scott,
right
you can
here.
come up if you want to.
Brock said, Allison has stated on panel in the beginning of this case how Jose was being inappropriate with her daughter. There it is. I don't know what to say about that, and I still don't know what to think about that. So I just say what comes to mind, which is there it is. I mean, I don't know. This doesn't, like I said.
Are you related to Chad Hilts?
No, I am not. Why is that? Why? Where did that name come out of? Curiosity.
How about Daniel?
Okay, that's interesting because when he was questioned later about knowing people, he didn't answer this kind of He didn't ask that kind of questioning. He didn't like ask question with a question, but now he is. Jose came down with them, allegedly.
Andrew Hilts.
Nope.
Danielle?
Nope. Not that I know of.
All these people are coming up in your family tree that's also connected to the other person I asked you about that you have in your family, but you're denying knowing any of them. Don't know that whole line of the family.
The only Hiltses, the only Hiltses I know is myself and my children.
Is that
and my
you,
sperm
Scott?
donor. That's it.
Hi, Scott.
Hey, I
Just so you know. Those are the only ones I know.
How convenient.
Well, no, I mean, I wasn't raised around my father's side of the family. I was raised around my mother's. So I don't really know anything about that side of the family. All I know is the sperm donor's name. And that's it. I don't know anybody else by the last name other than him, me, and my children. Let's just say he wasn't an ideal person.
Who wasn't?
The person that helped create me. He's not exactly the ideal person. And I don't want to really get on that subject because it's very touchy.
Well, you don't have to. Right. I respect you for that. And don't want you to bring that up because it doesn't matter. I mean,
it's not
well, I guess it does.
Just it's basically an anger trigger for me. And I don't want to get angry up here. Everybody's been respectful, and I don't want to start being disrespectful. I don't like him, and that's about as far as I'm going with it. As for these other Hiltses, I don't know who they are. I mean, they could be. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Oh, he knows.
So nobody's ever told you didn't know that you have a registered one of what you're claiming Jose to be in your family.
No.
He's so full of shit.
I don't talk to anybody on his side of the family. I never have. The only person I talk to of that side of the family is him once in a while when he calls me and asks me about his granddaughter. And even then it's grit teeth and play nice because I'm only doing it for my daughter. But yeah, he's the only one I know of with that last name. Outside of that, I don't know anybody else with that last name besides my children. Well, by the way, it looks like with this family tree of his, I really don't want to know anybody on that half of the family.
I'm actually surprised he hasn't said, why the fuck are you looking up my family tree? Because I would have. I'd have been like, bitch, who the fuck are you to look up my family tree? Did she look up Jose's family tree? Where's all these answers on Jose? I see you. Where's this attitude towards Jose?
I mean, if you looked all that up and did that kind of research, yeah, I still do.
Chasing, that's what I thought. I knew it was the 16th, 17th. They arrived and left on the 18th. Perfect drug run. Nothing is going to change my mind on this.
For my daughter's sake, I still have a relationship with my father for my daughter's sake, not my own. But no, but what?
Wait, hold on. Let me back up for a second. He said they extended the truck, but if that's the case, why did they only show the 16th, 17th? Did they leave Tennessee on the 18th? Or did they leave New York on the 18th? Because that's something that hasn't been clarified. I told you there was a video of that little girl with a lighter saying, yeah, you did.
The info that you're giving out about his side of the family, I don't want to know him. That sounds like something I don't want to be involved in.
Thank you, Andrew, for taking my question. Thank
No,
you.
not a problem. And thank you for letting me know about some of that family tree on his side. It's on his side. It sounds kind of,
Oh my
disgusting
God.
and not needing to be around my daughter or any of my children. But I have a question for you, ICU. Now, is that a definitive fact that one of those other Hiltses is on the registry?
Yes, it is.
Okay, then I definitely don't want any of those people around my kids. Oh my Lord, the things when you find out that your father has more freaking kids out there and one of them's a level. Nope, I'm good. What? Go ahead, go eat. Go eat some lasagna. You'll be all right. Go have some lasagna. It's still good. Or go have some. Did you eat my chips like I asked you to? Go eat them. You can have my chips. They're the red bag of Doritos. Bottom drawer. Go on. I don't have any more. Sorry. You could have 2 of the Jawbreakers, no more. Yep, 2, no more. Sorry, guys. But no, like I said, but ICU, thank you for that information. I really did not know anything about it. It kind of makes me want to stop talking to the sperm donor now as well.
Let me also say, though, that I don't know how many of you guys have ever rented like a super big, sometimes creative, a big Penske truck or U-Haul. They're much easier to drive when they're full. So them going on this theory that they emptied out the truck in the mountainous area, I don't believe that. Because in mountains, these trucks are going to be much easier to drive when they're full. And we don't know how big it was or what size it was or anything. So I'm telling you, this was a drug run. There were no furniture. There was no storage unit. Show the receipt for the storage unit. Show where a 401k was. I mean, a 401k definitely could have been cashed in because that's where they may have got the money for the drug run. But yeah, this was, in my opinion, allegedly. But no, in my opinion, this was a straight up drug run.
Well, I mean, that kind of dirty secret's not cool. Yes, you can have 1. And that's got me all night just screwed up, man. I don't even know what to think right now. Like, oh my God.
Because he didn't know any of this. Yeah, okay.
What the hell did my sperm donor get me related to? I don't know about anything about them being drug dealers or whatnot with the Wells. I don't know anything about any of that.
If I could, Purple, thank you for having me as a guest.
Oh, you're welcome.
I just concerning that. Hey, Andrew, this is Scott H. How you doing, man?
I'm all right, brother. What's up?
Okay, before Scott starts, I only heard the very end of Scott. But for those of you coming in late, let me explain the drug theory. A lot of people, hey, Ann, a lot of people are wondering why someone would why would you bring kids on a drug run? So again, the reason why people, and it happens all the time, the reason why people bring kids on a drug run is because it covers for getting pulled over if they look nervous. If you have 2 guys looking nervous in a car on the highway driving across state lines, that's a major federal offense. And you don't want to get caught with drugs crossing state lines. When you have kids, it acts as a cover. The odds of you driving crazy or anything like that would be lessened if you bring kids. No one said one of his dad's kids were an SO. He assumed that just now. Oh, okay. So when you also with a rental car or with a Penske, the odds of a cop pulling over a Penske or a U-Haul just to search for drugs are slim. They would have to be tipped off about it. If they're not tipped off, they just assume people are driving across country. When you have a minivan or another car behind the U-Haul and there's two people following, that would make a absolute perfect sense of why somebody was following, to tip them off if there were cops in the area, anything. But again, they rented two cars. Where's all their personal cars? Where's all their stuff? They all just pick up and move, but they all fit everything in one truck and one minivan with no cars, and they had a perfect place to go back to in New York. So you didn't give anything up. You just went right back. We don't know if the kids are registered at school. Somebody tried to ask Andrew if, the kids were registered in their new schools, and he didn't answer. So again, I called him out on the drug theory when I go up next, but I haven't heard Scott's. But that's the drug theory, my drug theory.
Just trying to sort through this mess like everybody else, which I'm sure you are too. I got a question that.
Go ahead.
Back to the two things that are giving me a problem, and I think giving a lot of people a problem, are, of course, the timeline, because we've got so many different variations of the timeline of when y'all got there, how long Jose stayed, and everything. Here's my question. You're in New York. All of y'all were in New York.
Yep.
In the height of the pandemic. You leave to come down here on your behalf. I understand, because you wanted to be closer to your son, better schools. You weren't driving. They wanted to turn around. My question is, how can you, your brother, and their two friends and 6 kids leave New York with the hopes of going to Tennessee and staying, but yet you're able to turn right back around, drive back to New York, and in the height of the pandemic, go right back in and are able to find housing for all those people?
We didn't.
Prior to a couple of days before, you were leaving everything. So I would assume
my daughter, my stepdaughter, and my old lady stayed with my family. Jeffy went back to his friend's home, and Kayla and hers went to her kid's father's house. And trust me, none of us were happy. And the two drivers, they never left anything behind up here. They were just driving down and driving back.
Okay, I did remember you saying that from the other day.
Yeah, and as for all this,
Hux, you might be right, but when you have kids and stuff, I travel a lot. I'm on highways a lot. Very rarely will I ever see a U-Haul pulled over, or a Penske truck, even a Mack truck. They don't get pulled over as much as you might see a car. So unless they have a definitive reason. And especially when you have kids in the car. Or kids following, or dogs where you look like you're actually moving. So statistically you might be right, but I just haven't seen it.
I didn't know about I don't really know anything about my sperm donor side of the family. So please forgive me if that's still, if I'm still appalled and shocked and all and stuttering here, because I still cannot believe that I could be related to somebody that disgusting. I'm sorry. It just blows my mind.
With that, and like I told you the other day when you were on my panel, I really don't like getting into the kids, but it's something that we got to look at.
What? It's your mother. She's gonna have to wait for her to get home.
It's not problems. I don't think.
Go.
Does anyone else notice whenever a hard question comes in, his daughter walks in? Does anyone notice that?
Well,
Right. Sorry.
that was mainly what I was wanting to know is how you were able to leave everything and then go back and.
It wasn't. It took us from September till February of 21. Oh, excuse me. February 21 to find a home of our own.
Did Jose ever give a reason why he stayed?
No, he didn't. Actually, me and Jeff were completely surprised about it when he said he was just going to stay.
I mean, am I right that Jose at this point in time had never met Allie, had never met Candace, had never met Dawn, had never met anybody?
Nope, he did not know any of them, other than what he only knew what I was in through when I would talk about her, because obviously I'd keep in contact with her for our son. But he didn't know her or meet her until we went down there.
Okay.
And as for Candace and the grandmother and the kids, they didn't know. We did not know any of them until they met up with us at the dollar store and again at the storage unit.
So you meet he comes down, because you know Allie, and then you guys, or he meets them at the dollar store and the storage unit, and then just decides that, I think I'm just going to stay here with these people that I don't know anything about. Yeah,
that's pretty much sums it up. I mean, I don't understand it either.
Okay. Well, that's what I was going to ask. I mean, you can see, I mean, you jumped right into the middle of the true crime community, and we pick everything to pieces.
Oh, yeah, I know.
So go ahead. I'm glad that you see why we think that is extremely odd for somebody to just stay with people, especially considering the Wells' alleged prior histories.
Right here is when I first started watching, and I'm screaming at the screen. I'm like, oh my God, Scott, go harder, stop being so soft. Fucking go after this guy. This is when I started getting mad.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't understand why he decided to stay. It was, like I said, it was completely blew my mind when he said he was going to. And as for him renting a place, I'm not sure how true that is, but when we got down there, he had no money prior and no money when we got there. What happened after we left, I do not know. Because it was like, as soon as he decided to stay, it's like we were all nexted. Like, we didn't do anything to him at all. We were all good, all great. And then all of a sudden, he just cuts us off like we did something horrible to him. And it's hurtful and confusing.
Sure.
I mean, I understand the confusion out there. I'm confused. And I know the dude.
Right.
And that's why I asked Jeff if he knew of Jose doing this before, and he said, well, he would cut off his Facebook a lot, on and off here and there all the time. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, whatever. That doesn't sound unnormal.
Okay. Let me ask you this, because this is another thing, and why is it, in your opinion, here's my opinion. I've been around drug addicts and alcoholics my whole entire life. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm in recovery now. I've been sober almost 7 years now.
Oh, congrats, man. Keep fighting a good fight.
I know every fucking body in this case has lied, from the parents all the way around, concerning a missing 5-year-old girl who is now 6, because she's been missing for over 9 months. Why on God's green earth can no fucking body answer a question without obfuscation?
I don't know.
These are simple questions that we're asking. When did you get there? Why did you get there? Do you have proof that you got there? When did you leave? Why did you leave? All this stuff about, I don't know, I can't remember.
Oh, well, no, in all honesty, I really can't.
You know, Jose, you can't.
And I'm sitting there screaming at the screen like, douche, he's talking to you, Andrew. Like, I got the impression he was telling Andrew this, and Andrew didn't catch on. And Scott didn't go hard.
Can't miss 5 months because we've got it narrowed down to about a month.
Mm-hmm.
I see you, I think, and Justice for All are thinking around 2 months. I'm thinking personally myself about a month. So if we go with me a month and ICU and Justice for All at 2 months, that still leaves 4 months that Jose just fucking lost because he thought he was there for 6 months. Dude, I don't either.
I'm not understanding that either.
You know, even being fucking doped up, if he was running a rig in his veins every fucking day and smoking meth out of a fucking light bulb, you're not going to lose 4 fucking months out of a year.
Hell no. Shit. I have medically proven mental issues that make me forget shit. And dude, I don't forget a whole fucking 9 months of my life. I mean, I'll forget some of it, not all of it.
Yeah. I'll give you some of it.
Yeah,
I'll give anybody that. And
does he have dementia or something?
I'll take into account, you know, maybe he was going through a hard time. Well, you know what? Every fucking body goes through a hard time.
Dude, I went through 2 divorces in my life. 2.
Right on. Right.
And I didn't forget a damn thing throughout that whole process. I didn't forget a damn thing of me drinking myself into oblivion after each one. I mean, I didn't forget those 6 months I drank myself into oblivion because
that's why I'm asking that question. Why is everybody that's involved, why do all of these motherfuckers, how are they able to forget that?
I don't know.
Because you said you never have. I never have either. None of the other alcoholics and drug addicts that I have. But everybody else in this whole situation, they're all magically able to forget months out of their life. Like it's nothing. Like it's nothing.
Oh, I completely agree. It's crazy. I mean, in my younger years, yeah, I played with, you know, Molly, Coke, and pills in my younger years. And I still remember some of the parties from back then. Not all the time, but I remember them. I mean, I still remember waking up, leaning over, grabbing a bump to get my day started next to some random chick here and there. Do I remember who the chick was? Do I remember what she looks like? No, but I remember doing it.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say.
You will remember detail. You will remember small, minute details.
And Andrew turned this around where him and Scott were on the same side, where I got the impression Scott was saying the exact same thing that he was saying about Jose, he was saying about Andrew. And Andrew somehow spun this around where him and Scott were on the same side. And I don't think Scott caught that, because right after here is where Scott goes down. So Scott did a good job. I just don't think he realized what happened. And not everyone catches it.
But it doesn't mean, you know, that you forget all that time.
Yeah, that's my point.
4 months is a very long time of your life, man. Trust.
I did some pretty wild stuff too, you know, and some of the worst shit and some of the funniest shit I ever did, I had to find out from people telling me about it.
Bro, that's why I'm thankful.
But
That's why I'm
eventually,
thankful
but I
kids
didn't
ain't let
lose
up on me.
months at a time. I would lose them.
See, the bro, it gotcha, bro this. Yeah, he just spun this. That was a good spin. But he spun this, so now him and Scott are both on the same side, putting down somebody else saying, hey, you know what? I'm sorry that happened. You know, I agree with you, Scott. And bro, you're right. We're on the same side. Psychology 101. It was a good spin.
Not.
Yeah. The most you would lose is a night, and then you had your friends sitting there laughing about it the next morning and telling you what happened.
Exactly.
So you didn't really lose much. I mean, you just lost the memory of doing it, even though it's probably recorded and you see yourself doing it. I mean,
it's just, you know, it's really got us, you know, a lot of us, you know,
that's why I'm like, that's why I was like, that's why what I was saying earlier on is that you're giving us insight on what's going on in that home. Now people are going to pick apart the timestamps, the littlest things. And then if that gets discredited, your whole story about what happened in that house is going to get discredited. And I don't want that, because I believe some of the things he said that went on in that house went on in that house. I do. But the thing about it is that you can't listen. A month, 2 months, okay. How does that turn into 6 months? Like, bro, you got to get your times right. Go back, relook, rethink, show the proof of where you were at. Show the proof of what went down. And that way, nobody up here on the...
See, Hux, that's why I'm kind of mad that I didn't listen to all this first. We're going to listen to me going at him again and see what's changed. But yeah, it kind of aggravates me that I did not listen to all of this first, because my line of questioning would have been even harder.
The YouTube streets can pick apart the small thing, find it to be bullshit, and then your whole statement about what happened in that home is done.
Well,
and I'm sorry to cut you off, Scott.
You're fine. You're fine. I mean,
is asking about the she-male dating website. Listen, it's not hard to make.
I gotta say, he just did that beautifully. And I hate to give him credit, but that was a beautiful spin, Doctor. That was good. Scott didn't see it coming. Scott didn't even know it happened. And then when Scott had the opening to come back at him, he flipped it to the chat. That's some good ass spin.
It's not hard to make a profile. It's not hard to take somebody's picture. Jose's information's already out there. Not hard to take all that, put it together, and throw it up on a website. Do I believe he's like that? I don't know.
Well, I'll
because I give out the information as I'm told, because
Scott
I don't want to
lost
forget that information. So I let my people know what I know and what I hear that right then and there. And then when I go back and look at it, I can remember what I need to look up to find out what's true and what's bullshit, and then I'll try to correct it.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you again.
A lot of things are word of mouth when it comes down to what I said about Jose. It's all word of mouth because I came out and I said what I was told, and then when my brother turned around and said, "Well, this is what really happened," I come out and said what was told, because I was getting my information from my brother, who was getting it from, I guess, Jose's ex. I'm not sure. But there didn't seem to be an issue between those two from what I am generally taking from it.
Well, here's the thing, and then I'll jump down and give somebody else an opportunity. But like I was saying, going back, we don't forget months out of our lives.
No.
So everybody in this case is lying. The only reason that we lie is because we don't want to get fucking caught.
Pretty much.
So that tells me if all these sons of bitches are lying, every one of them is lying for the simple reason that they don't want to get caught. Now, the question that we're all digging here, and all of us have been digging for over 9 months, is why? What are they covering up? Why is everybody lying? Why can nobody give a straight answer? This is a 6-year-old missing girl. They act like they lost a fucking shoe. Not a child.
But my question is that in the beginning, all right, Scott, hopefully you can verify with me. In the beginning, it was all about Where's Summer, right?
Yes, it still is to me.
Yes, and then I don't know where it went or how it happened, and then all of a sudden it started being about Hunter, and then it started being about Jose, and I'm not understanding why it flipped from trying to find this little girl to bashing and assumptions about a minor and Jose. I mean, I'm not understanding.
That's when I threw my hands up and say, are you fucking kidding me? Like, it was never about Hunter or Jose or anything. It's just people trying to get answers to what happened to Summer. And Andrew, I understand your spin doctoring and manipulation tactics may work on some, but they're not going to work on all. And I'm glad Scott, brought it back to where it was. But by that time, I think he was gone already. I think that the questions were, he spun it too much. Hey, Judith.
Understanding how that flipped. I mean, it seems to me like the main focus got off of Where's Summer and put spotlight on other people that really don't.
Well, I personally
what
never.
Made me come up here is.
I personally never made any implications regarding Hunter. I did Jose because of the questions that I've outlined to you today.
Yes.
Now, other people, I don't agree with them bringing minors into it. So I can't, you'd have to ask them why. I never went that direction. But I did go that direction with Jose because, like I said, his time period is all fucked up and he has no fucking valid reason for staying with people that he does not know. And then he finally pops up out of the fucking woodwork and he claims he's been there for 6 months when we can prove through documents that he was not.
Exactly.
So that's why everybody is questioning the hell out of Jose.
Well, here's my thing, though. I mean,
and still yet after his interviews that he's done with Justice for All in ICU, even though they've done great job doing the interviews, he still has not answered anything that explains these things that I'm asking you. Why did he go? Why did he stay? What was he doing with the Wells who have a missing child, but yet he wants to stay unaccounted for and hidden off the grid, quote unquote? That's fucking sketch, dude.
Oh, yeah. And whether or not he fucking...
And once I saw Andrew getting like restless, I'm like, I gotta make my move and I gotta fucking make it fast because this guy is not gonna stay on panel. He's gonna try to get out after Scott's line of questioning, so I gotta act fast. And I did. Thank God. Thank you, Chasing Truth, for getting me that link.
Talk to the FBI 8 days. I'm taking that as hearsay.
Well, I mean, we have to. ICU and Justice for All said that he did. Let's hope that he did.
Yeah. I mean, I have no reason not to believe Justice for All. I mean, Justice for All took the time out and went and spent the time to track him down and did very good work. I mean, I have nothing against him. And I have nothing against ICU either. I mean, they've done nothing wrong towards me. It's just, I'm just not understanding how he goes from 6 months of being there and then all of a sudden he's off grid. I'm not understanding, if you're off grid, how do you know about anything with this case? Unless you weren't really off grid.
Well, and that's the deal. And if the FBI questioned him, 7 days or 8 days after Summer went missing, as he claims that they did, if he truly.
Oh my God. Oh my God. What if, okay, again, this is my theory. This is my assumption. This is not a fact. This is my opinion. Okay, so let me put that disclaimer on that. But something just hit me like a ton of bricks. What if they did this drug run and they didn't have all the money and they owed money? And these drug dealers took Summer because of it. Now you'd say, well, how were they connected? Well, what if Jose was the connection? What if Jose was the, what's the word? Not mediator, but was the mediator for finding the drugs? He would know whose house it was that maybe these drug dealers, pedophiles, whatever, wanted a child. He said, I know where one is. And that's what happened to Summer. And all of them know that drugs are involved, and that's why they can't say anything. Think about that. Cornbread Mafia? Maybe. But think about that for a second. The middleman, thank you. And that's why Jose stayed. Maybe, just maybe, Jose is a runner. Let me think this through more. Drug dealers don't want children. Pedophiles do, though. Facilitator. Pedophiles do, though. And he seems kind of off to me. Just saying. He does seem kind of off to me. Which makes me think maybe he stayed there because he was looking for a girl. He was looking for maybe a little girl that he could take. I don't know. Again, this is just my theory. And I'm kind of saying this as I'm thinking it. So, don't quote me on this. I'll come up with this better later, but it just hit me that if he was, you never know. And there's so many sex rings up there that you just never know. It's not like, they went to Guam or something where there's absolutely no sex rings at all. This is a place that there's tons of sex rings. And if you combine that with Jose going off the grid, maybe, just maybe, he was scouting for a house. He was scouting for a little girl who's, you never know. Trafficking, yes, you never know. Maybe he got in trouble. So why didn't she disappear in June of the year previously? Maybe he got in trouble and he owed somebody money maybe he was supposed to produce a girl originally and he didn't. Maybe he's part of a sex ring or trafficking ring. And maybe he was supposed to deliver somebody, couldn't deliver them for whatever reason, and needed to go back. Dudley said Jose came there the week someone went missing, but he's a liar too. Okay, why would he bring up Jose? Why would he say Jose went missing? I might be onto something here. I might not be, but I might be. This Andrew Hilts previously stated Jose owed his brother Jeff money that Andrew had nothing to do with. Yeah, I haven't watched Euphoria yet. CW met some sketchy friends. Could this be? It could be. I wouldn't let any of them around my kid either. Didn't he say? He did say he met him at the dollar store. But let me go further with my thought. But it just hit me like a ton of bricks. Drug running it, yeah, but most drug dealers, you can't really exchange a child for a drug dealer. I owe you $20,000 in meth. Let me take your child. They don't really want children like that. I know. I saw that, Ann. It's not the first time either. Sorry. Let me think about this. Like I said, it just hit me like a ton of bricks, and I haven't put it all together yet. But I just wanted to put that out there.
cared for Summer as much as he portrays himself as caring for Summer, he would have not waited 9 months for Justice for All and ICU to reach out for him.
Pretty much. And
He
Scott, I think that the way I took it is he thought she had been found just like she had all the other times.
Oh, all right.
And
Well,
I mean,
okay.
that's just, what I was told.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to answer a question in chat, if you don't mind, guys, I have not spoken to the FBI. They have no reason to speak to me. None whatsoever. They have none whatsoever to speak to me outside of telling me what's going on with my son. And for them to do that, I'd either have to come up with the
I have not spoken with the FBI. I've only spoken to them about my son. If they've spoken to you about your son regarding Summer Wells, then you did speak to them. If they're talking to you about your son, about his current case, totally different story. Totally different story. But he makes it sound like, did they talk to you about your son in Summer Wells' case? Or one thing has nothing to do with the other?
$1,000 to make the road trip, or they would have to send somebody from up here to my home, and they have not. That's only because you can't prove who you are through a phone. And yes, I pay child support for my son. And yes, I have other children.
Well, I'll jump down, but
yes, but no, Scott, you're absolutely right. It is very confusing of why he decided to stay, why the timeline's screwy. I mean, it's very confusing.
Like I said on the panel the other day, I wish the best for Hunter and the other kids of Allison's and the boys of Candace's and everything. But I hope in whatever capacity that you can, whenever you're able in law enforcement, I hope you nail her to the fucking wall.
Well,
TBI does not give lawyers. What the state gave him was either a paid lawyer, a public defender, or a guardian ad litem, which I know someone asked about before. But TBI wouldn't do that. That would be the state.
If Candace or Jose is saying, nail her to the fucking wall, dude. She does not need to be around children. Her own or any fucking body else's.
But like I said, I can only do so much while I'm here.
I know, man.
I mean, right now it's a touch and go on whether or not I'm picking him up this year due to this still ongoing.
I got you.
I mean, I've been looking forward to picking him up since I couldn't get him in 2020 due to COVID and given he.
Okay, let's analyze this. So Andrew, I'm assuming standard visitation laws are 6 weeks in the summer. If you live out of state, any state's the same. It's 6 weeks in the summer, 1 week over Christmas holiday, usually spring break. That's 3 opportunities for an out-of-state father to see their child. Okay. So in the summer, between the middle of the year and the end of the year, this summer would be June. Let's just say June to August. So you can't pick up your kid due to COVID between June and August for your visitation, okay? But you can go there in September with 6 other kids. Can someone make that make sense for me? Because he's saying he couldn't go he couldn't get Hunter. But he can get Hunter, but he could bring six kids up there to move there a month later, or a couple of months later. That doesn't make any sense at all. I will, Hooked, if he ever talks to me again. But you know what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense. And he's trying to say that he couldn't even pick up his He couldn't even pick up his kid last year. Well, you get 3 opportunities. If you can't pick him up, why couldn't you drive down there to see your kid? Why couldn't you go down and get a hotel? Believe me, I deal with an asshole. Still makes it work. All right, so for those of you guys that have heard this, I come on next. I will play it again. It's not that long, but I'll play it again for those of you guys that are new, that haven't heard it. The ones that have heard it, that are still here, let's try to pick up his lies from my questioning to what he said prior. Oh, I always thought outside the box, Donna, but my problem is I don't follow it through. Like, I always think outside the box, but I don't follow it through like Chasing Truth does. So I need to do what she does and actually follow it through. And not just say everyone is lying without a reason. She actually gives reasons. I just say everyone's fucking lying and you need to believe me. So I need to change that. And I own that.
Made his own mistakes last year. I couldn't pick him up. I've been looking forward to picking him up. I ain't seen him in 2 years. I miss seeing my boy. I miss hanging out with him, net fishing, you know, having good fun. And it sucks because due to this case here, I may not be able to go get him, and it hurts. And all I want is just to spend time with my son.
Then go spend time with him.
I get you, man.
And I mean, yeah, granted, you go look at my YouTube, man. I'm a complete jackass. I'm a trucker. I'm a whole 9 right up in that chat, right up there on live where everybody can see it. But you know what? When it comes down to that 1:30, 2 o'clock hour, man, you if you were ever to see me then, dude, you'd be like, oh my God, this guy's like night and day. Who the hell is this kid?
There he is, buddying up with Scott H again. This was on this Purple Nights channel. I'll drop the link as soon as it's over.
I mean, I'm not like that on a daily. I joke, I have fun, but I take care of my home. I take care of my kids. I take care of my wife. I take care of my animals. You know, I do what I can do. And it's just fuck.
All right, Nee. So if his mom pays thousands of dollars for him to get Hunter, then him being a father should take a couple of $100 or $1,000 and go spend a weekend with him. He doesn't have to spend the whole summer. Go spend a week. Go spend a couple of days. At least you'd see him.
Fucking nuts. FBI can take their time to talk to anybody they want is absolutely correct, Rosie. The FBI can do whatever the hell they feel. They're the FBI.
Thank you for answering my questions again, Andrew. And
not a problem, Scott. You're more
I'll see you and Justice for All. Thank you all for your work. Purple, thank you for having the platform for us to be able to
talk.
You know, kind of navigate our way through this stuff. I appreciate it.
No, he was at the cannery. He wasn't at the. He was never on boats. He was at the cannery.
Thank you, Scott.
I had that same misinterpretation about that as well.
Sissy, it does connect. That's what I've been trying to explain. I really think it does connect, and I know this is not popular opinion. Somehow, I think Jose is somehow connected. I do. And he's trying too hard to act like he's not connected, and I cannot believe I've spent all day doing this. So I hope you guys appreciate me. I've been on for like 4 hours, I think.
Okay, so let me ask you this again.
Go ahead.
Do you know who Chad Hilts is?
No, I do not.
Danielle Hilts.
No, ma'am.
Okay, I did not take notes, but are these the same people that she asked originally? Did she ask the same people originally? I didn't write down the names. I wish I did. Who wrote down names? Someone had to write down the names. Are these different people she asked or the same people? Yes, it's the same people. I have to double check. Same people. And now he's saying he definitely doesn't know it. Okay.
They're on your Facebook page, dude.
They are on my Facebook page, yes, but doesn't mean I know them. I have a lot of people.
AKA, I'm thinking the exact same thing. Why would they go ahead? Why would she ask the same question of the same people when he already answered? Was she trying to trip him up? Because if she was trying to trip him up, why not call him out on it? That's what I don't get. Thank you, Spivvy.
People on my Facebook page, I don't know. I mean, I have them on there because we share the same last name, but I don't talk to them. I have a lot of people on my Facebook I don't talk to. I talk to maybe like 5 people altogether on my Facebook. It's just, it comes up in people you may know and mutual friends. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I'll hit it. I don't really have a lot of friends.
But you said you didn't know them.
I don't know them personally, no. Do I know of them? Yes. I don't know them personally. Sorry, I should have clarified that.
You think?
And do I know for a definitive fact that they're related? No. But if you've reached out and done the research, please email me what you have so I could go over it myself and start asking questions myself. Please and thank you. That'd be really appreciated because the information that you have found is really, really has me dumbstruck. And I would like to do my own little, investigative work on that myself, if you don't mind.
Just look him up on the National Register. You can find him there.
All right, I'll go look.
All right, Purple, I'm going to go. Thank you for having us up. I'm sorry that this happened on your channel.
And here I come, like a bat out of hell.
Oh, no,
But thank you for letting us.
There's nothing to be sorry about.
Well, thank you. I'll see y'all later.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks, love.
Later. Okay, I didn't know about a picture being taken with Summer by a U-Haul bumper. I didn't know about that. I heard that once or twice, but I didn't know anything of that. I thought it was just hearsay and Bilbo, in all honesty.
Is there anybody else that would like to come up? And I can stay on for a little bit longer, and then I'm going to have to hop off and get my day going. So
I'm so sorry again there, Purple.
Probably another. Oh, no, you're fine. Probably another 30 minutes, and then we'll go ahead and end this one out. Here we go.
Hey.
Ruh-roh.
Welcome.
I'm in trouble.
Hey, Andrew, I got a couple questions.
All right, real quick, because I'm about ready to hop off this. I got to make lunch.
I figured that. Okay, let me also say, some people in our chat was saying that I scared him off. But at the beginning, he clearly said he was ready to get off anyway. So I didn't scare him off, just saying. I see you're a pretty straight up kind of guy.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to ask you straight up some questions. I'm going to continue with what Scott said. Why do all you guys lie? What are you guys covering?
I'm not covering anything.
I don't believe that. You're covering for somebody. You are covering for somebody. Every single motherfucker in this case is a liar, and every single one of you are covering for something. Why would 14 of you drive somewhere that you didn't even know a house was ready? Were you picking up dope? Is that what you guys were doing up there?
No.
I don't believe that. Why would 14 people drive somewhere with a house not even ready? That doesn't.
The house was ready as last we knew. Like, we got text saying it was ready and we went.
And you never got a call saying it wasn't. You just decided, let's just pick up and go. I'm confused.
It was in the work for 3 weeks prior, and we got told it was ready to go, and we can move in at any time. So we got up, we packed up, and went.
Okay, so here he's saying, which is different from before. Here he's saying, now mind you, I had not heard anybody else besides the end of Scott before I jumped up here. But now everything is in a different perspective, because now he's saying that it was ready for 3 weeks. 3 weeks it was ready. that would mean contracts were ready, which you guys who haven't heard will hear later. But that means contracts were ready. That means everything was ready to go. They can move up at any time. Total fucking lie. And not what he said an hour prior.
And then when we got down there was a issue with the prior people refusing to move that we didn't know about until after we got down there.
And they never called you to tell you? So before he told somebody that it was on the, when they got to the Tennessee border, not when they actually got down there. Okay.
We were traveling throughout the night. We didn't know much of anything until places opened. Because they were supposed to be gone before that Wednesday.
Okay. I've never rented a house, meaning that I've never rented out a house. But I don't know any landlord that would tell you that a place was ready 3 weeks prior and then the people not even being out. Yeah, no, that just doesn't happen. Sorry. A landlord who rents out houses especially in a rent to own, is not going to turn around and say, yeah, it's ready. Come on. You can come at any time. Give you 3 weeks notice and then tell you that you can't move in when you get there. Yeah, not going to happen. Sorry. What, were you guys buying the house? Were you renting the house?
He put it up to rent to own. Don't ask me much more because I don't know.
Okay, but rent to own have contracts. You can't rent to own is a contract.
Well, I don't know much more about all the details of the house. That was my brother's thing, not mine.
Okay, so 14 of you went up there for how many people to move into one house?
It would have been the kids, me, my old lady, Jeffy, his girlfriend, and Jose said he was only going to be there for a couple of weeks until he went to Alaska to move forward to go to the Philippines.
Okay, so let's back this up for a second. So you just said it wasn't your deal, it wasn't your house, but you and your family were going to go there.
Yes, we were invited.
Okay, but I'm just trying to follow your story. So you said that you weren't involved in it. It was just your brother. So it sounded like you were just trying to help him move. You were being a good brother, just moving him. But now you're saying that you were moving too. Well, anybody.
Yeah, he invited us to move with him.
Okay.
And we said okay because he said he was looking for something in a different state, and I said, well, what do you feel about Tennessee? It'd be closer to Hunter. He goes, well, shit, I wouldn't mind being able to see my nephew all the time. I said, shit, I wouldn't mind hanging out with my son all the time. So that's when he decided that he was going to look in Kingsport for a suitable place for all of us, which would be a 4-bedroom house. And that's when he found whatever he found and a suitable place and sent money. And there was a contract made up on it, I guess. And then we got the okay to go down, but there was an issue with the tenants that was there beforehand.
Well, I'm sure your brother has receipt of what was of money that.
Yes.
Voice, you're 100% right. What fell through at the border? The drug deal. Absolutely. The drug deal fell through at the border. And that's why Jose stayed behind, because someone asked too if they had 2 trips. That would make sense for 2 trips. That maybe there was a second trip. Jose stayed behind to get the drug deal working because they spent all this money already. Boom. Good point, voice.
He has the receipts. It's just right now there's a legal process going on between him and that place.
That has nothing to do with showing a receipt.
He can't. His lawyer advised him not to show anything of anything.
That's a lie. Because
no, it's not. That's what he just told me this morning.
Absolutely no reason why a lawyer would say, trust me, I'm very familiar with the law.
Well, that's what he told me this morning.
Show a receipt about a payment. That's a lie.
Like I said, that's what I was told this morning. That's all I know. That's what I was told. I'm not saying it's a lie. I don't know what it is. It's word of mouth.
Okay, so let me just say,
That's what he told me this morning. Unless there's some reason why he doesn't want to produce that receipt,
that's a lie and that's total deflection, and he knows it.
I don't know, but he said he was advised not to. That's all he told me this morning.
That's a lie. But anyway, you're saying that 11 people were going to live in a 4-bedroom house. I live in a 4-bedroom house with 4 people, me and 3 kids, and 1,700 square feet, and 2 dogs. And sometimes it's a little cramped. How the fuck would 11 people fit in a 4-bedroom house?
I couldn't tell you, but I made, let's see, 6, 9 of us fit in a 3-bedroom.
How many kids are in this 11 people?
6 of them. There would have been 5 adults and 6 kids. And even though Jose said he would sleep on the couch for a couple of weeks and then be on his way. So altogether, in the end, it would have been 4 adults and 6 children.
Okay, so you were gonna have 6 kids share 1 bedroom?
No. Why would 6 kids share 1 bedroom? That would be 3. That'd be the boys in 1.
Why would 11 people share 1 house?
1 room, the girls in another, me and my old lady in 1 room, Jeff and his girlfriend in another.
Okay, you're still missing someone.
Jose said he was sleeping on the couch for a couple of days.
And how well did you know Jose?
I've known him not as long as Jeff, but I know him for a while, and he was around my daughter, was good people, never had a reason for him to lie to me. He seemed like all right people to me.
Well, you've changed your story about Jose, like from when you first came here till now. Like your story keeps changing. First, Jose was a good guy, then Jose was an asshole, then Jose.
Well, he is an asshole. I mean, that's not. I mean, in all honesty, Jose can be an asshole, and I'm just calling it. He is an asshole, and that's legit. He can be an asshole. Who can't be an asshole? But no, what pissed me off, what it is that I go by what I'm told when it came down to the Jose thing. I got told something, I delivered it. I got told something else, and I'm like, okay, my bad. This is different information. I go by what I'm told and what I know. And when it came down to what happened with Jose, I went by what I was told because I didn't realize or know at the time that it was coming from somebody else that told him.
What you were told by who? I hear a lot of he told me, but nobody ever finds out who told you this. So who is he?
Jeff.
Who's Jeff?
My brother.
Okay, your brother with the childlike avatar, that brother?
Childlike avatar.
That's your friend.
Yeah, that's my friend. I was going to say, my brother don't have an avatar that I know of.
I was hinting something here without saying it, and he never even blinked an eye, which really stuck out at me. I mean, he knew what I was hinting. You had to know what I was hinting. Like, didn't say, oh, it's childlike, or why is it childlike? He's, he's this, he's that. He never blinked an eye. It bothered me so much. I get confused of who's who, because I was watching you live from the other day. So I got confused with who was on the phone and who had another childlike avatar. Okay. So 11.
Which Kenny Hilts are we talking here?
Sorry. Go back to the facts. You go up to a place that all of you are going to fit in 1 bedroom. None of you know anything about the contracts except your brother. Nobody knows anything about anything. However, you get a Penske, you drive up there, okay?
Uh-huh.
You then bring all your stuff and put it in a storage unit, because when you go to the house, what happened?
We didn't go to the house.
Okay, so you never made it to the house.
No, my brother got a message stating that the people that were there refused to leave. There was issues, and that they had something else for us if we wanted, but we'd have to wait 3 days. And then we started looking for hotels and motels to stay. And then when we started looking, we found out that NASCAR was in town and that most of the hotels were taken, and what wasn't, the prices were. Didn't go to the house.
Okay, so you never made it to the house.
No, we got my brother got a message stating that the people that were there refused to leave. There was issues, and that they had something else for us if we wanted, but we'd have to wait 3 days. And then we started looking for hotels and motels to stay. And then when we started looking, we found out that NASCAR was in town and that most of the hotels were taken, and what wasn't, the prices were jacked up.
Okay, fair enough.
So we were basically at the end of our rope. We didn't want to stay with Allison. We didn't want to stay with a woman that we didn't know, due to the factor is we had our children and we don't know, really trust new people. And we decided it'd be best that if we just came back here and try again later on down the road in life.
Who funded all of this?
My brother, Jeffy.
So your brother funded.
Yep, it was actually his idea.
Your brother funded 11 people to go up to a house that he wasn't even sure was okay on a rent to own. He doesn't have a contract, and you all blindly say, okay, let's go. Let's just pack up the kids and go.
Well, at the time he did.
Believe that.
No, at the time he did show me that it was all set, ready to go. We didn't know, he didn't know, and I didn't know about any of the issues. Jeff's worked his whole life. He used his 401k, and yeah, trust me, he's still paying that shit fucking back.
So he used a 401k to
his own,
a random place in the middle of Tennessee that just happens to be a huge drug area, and children pedophiles, but we won't go there.
Well, see, I didn't know anything about that until this case broke open.
Yeah, okay.
No, honestly, I really didn't.
Yeah, I don't believe that either.
All I knew was my son lived there, and the only time I ever went to Tennessee before we tried to move down there was to go get my son. And I was there for maybe the drive to his house, the 2 minutes at his house to pick him up, and the drive right the hell out.
Okay, I got another question. Speaking of Hunter, and Hunter's a minor, I don't want to get too much on it, but I did personally go to his house, and I personally sat down with your ex and had a wonderful talk with Allie.
Oh, yeah. What you have to say about me?
Allie said until this case, you had never, ever been in Hunter's life.
And Allie's blowing smoke up everybody's ass, too. Okay. I have legal documents and plenty of proof that boy's been here with me. Up here with me on the legal times he's supposed to be.
Okay.
Are they on Facebook? No. Sorry, I don't post everything on Facebook. Do I have them here? I'm pretty sure somewhere around the house I have photos of me and my son.
Is he saying that Hunter's not on his Facebook? Is that what he said? Or is that what he's implying? That Hunter's not on his Facebook?
I'm pretty sure.
By the way, for everyone in chat, I will tell you guys this. I also have people that I do not know on my Facebook that has my dad's last name, because I went looking for them one day because it's an odd name. So that's one thing Andrew said that I don't really doubt, because I've done the exact same thing.
It's crazy,
I just want to put that out there.
Hang on 1 second. I want to see if I actually have a picture on Facebook. In all honesty, I don't know if I posted one or not, but I'm going to go look.
So hold on. Who told you about Hunter and Candace? If you were such friends with Jose.
I was told about Hunter and Candace, the actual assumptions. I found out from scrolling the tube in the beginning, and then I called Allison, and she kept saying, "Well, nothing's happened." And then when I caught Jose saying, something happened between my son and Candace, I immediately called Allison to find out what the hell was going on, and she said nothing.
Let me also say, from someone that moves around a lot, I've moved a lot. And if I moved somewhere and it got that fucked up, I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait it out because I just picked up my whole life and have nowhere to go back to. I'm not going to turn back around the same day, especially if I was prepared. So I would drive back an hour and get a hotel. If he already had a storage unit, he already had a storage unit. So he wouldn't need a storage unit because he's got that already. The truck would be a one-day. When you rent a Penske, it's a one-way. It's not a two-way trip. That's the other thing I'm curious about. Is if you went, when you drive cross-country or go from New York to Tennessee, you're going to only rent that truck one way. You're not going to rent it back. In order for you to rent it back, you would have to pay mileage. So they rented it both ways. Which could be, this could be the reason why they had the storage unit. Here we go. They rented the storage unit, emptied the truck so they can drop off that truck and pick up another one. That's why they did that. That's what the storage unit was for. Because they weren't coming back in the same truck. They were coming back in a different truck. That just hit me. Because, yeah, if you bring a big truck it has to be one way. Otherwise, you're paying for mileage. If you bring it back to the same place, you're paying for mileage. They unloaded that truck so they can get the other truck and drive it home. That's exactly what happened. They knew they'd be returning. Yep. This was a drug deal. 150%.
Thing happened between Hunter and Candace. So I'm going by what she's telling me with that. And I have seen screenshots of his face.
Exactly, Hook. That's what I'm saying. That you could drive an hour back, and find a hotel. You didn't have to stay in the exact area. So yeah, I'm right there with you. And he definitely did not expect me, Amberly. 100% did not expect me.
Book of their
I don't think any of them did.
Conversation, and I told her it doesn't look good. It doesn't smell right. That is an older age woman talking to our son that way. That shouldn't be happening. And then Allison tried to justify it by saying that Candace has a mindset of a teenager. She never grew up. It's just the way they banter. I'm like, that's still not right.
So people are saying Jeff is not your brother. Your real
Jeff
brother.
Jeff has been in my family and my best friend for 18 years.
Okay.
He's close enough. He's earned that label brother. That's why I call him that.
Yeah, you would rent it both ways, but on a big truck, and you guys can call and confirm this, but anytime you're bringing like a moving truck back to the same place, they charge you for mileage. You get much cheaper rates if you go one way. So for them to have a U-Haul out for like 3 days and bring it back to the same place, they would pay for mileage. But there would be no reason to empty a truck if they already knew that they weren't staying. So they would get a truck both ways. What's the safest way to run a drug deal? You take the truck both ways. You get one truck going, you empty it out, bring it back, get a second truck, bring it back up, fill it back up, and go back home in a different truck. I'm telling you, it's what they did.
Earned the label. He may as well be a brother.
Okay.
He's not bloodline.
He's not your biological brother.
No, he's not. Okay. He's not bloodline brother. He is a very good friend that's been around for over a decade and has earned that title.
Brother from another mother.
Yes, exactly. I am trying to see if I have that picture. There it is.
Okay.
But you had said that Allie filed charges against Candace. And
yes, because that's what Allison told me.
That's a lie. Allison never told you that.
Yes, she did.
No, she did not. Allie said she never told you that.
That's kind of funny because she...
Okay, that's where I lied. I hadn't spoken to Allie about this, but I lied because I wanted to trip him up, and I did exactly that, tripped him up.
Told me this just fucking 2 days ago.
Why don't you call her and ask her? Because
she's at work.
She never told you that.
Because she's at work.
Okay, but she said she never told you that.
Well, I don't know why she'd say that.
And I was talking about SA charges, by the way.
Because she just told me, and I believe it was on a live that I did where she did say that she did.
So what did she say the charges were?
I didn't ask.
Okay.
Something about something about the alcohol and the tobacco that was given that she was giving the hunter.
So you are such a concerned father.
I go by what I'm told.
When your ex tells you she files charges, you never even ask her what the charges are.
No, because I took it as in she already knew. I already knew because I went and I called their version of CPS. About the same week I found out about this case. I went and I called Child Protective Services down there.
But you just said 10 minutes ago that Allie blew it off.
Allie blows off just about everything. And then I repeat myself and she answers.
Okay. So Allie blew it off.
Did she know that he was drinking and smoking?
Hold on, Kat, let me explain this. When you get a big truck or a U-Haul, if you're doing a local move, you pay for mileage. If you move, you're not bringing the truck back to the same place you started. That's where you pay local mileage. To get a U-Haul or a Penske for 2 days and bring it back to the same place, you would be paying out your ass, like literally out your ass for mileage. And that doesn't work with their story. What their story works into is that they drove it out there, they emptied the truck and they returned it, then they picked up another one, loaded the truck back up and drove back home. That makes sense. That's the only thing that makes sense based on his story, which means, again, it was a drug run. And I totally agree with her that Candace has the mindset of a teenager. I said that from jump. So I totally agree with that.
Well, yeah. And at the time, I told my son.
Blew it off, and then you said she filed charges, and I told you no, she didn't file charges because she did blow it. Now, mind you, he also said, okay, no, you don't pay for mileage and out-of-state trips. That would cost you an arm and a leg. You never pay for mileage on a one-way trip. Also, remember earlier, he said that, now I forgot because I was answering Kat. He said something earlier that he's not saying now. Now I forgot what it was. Oh, he said, I think it was to Chasing Truth. Or one of them, but I think it was Truth, that he filed charges against Candace. But now he's saying it's only Allie that filed charges and he doesn't even know what charges Allie filed. It off.
If she blew it off, I don't know. All I know is what she tells me. What she tells you, she tells you. What she tells me could be 10 different things. I don't know. All I know is what Allison told me.
You just said.
Allison could have blown it off. I don't know. But what she told me is that she did file charges. That's what she told me. What she tells everybody else, I don't know. Because like I said.
I know, but you just said that she blew it off. And then 5 minutes later, you said she filed charges. Well, if she filed charges, she didn't just blow it off.
She blew off my question when I asked about it. But like
so I have
said,
a question.
She told me that she did. So I took her word for that because I told her beforehand, I called and I made calls to try to do something about this. Did you? And she said she filed.
But who did you file? What did you tell?
I called Tennessee's version of Child Protective Services. And I tried to get a hold of the police down there, whole nine.
I tried to get a hold of them, but he told Chasing Truth that he filed all these things. So right there, he's lying again. Oh, I agree with you, niece. Neither one filed charges.
It's one voicemail after another, and I'm still waiting on the TBI to call me to find out what they're going to do to protect my son in this case. And I still ain't got nothing back from them. And it's been over almost a month.
Yeah, as far as we know, she filed a report about the drinking, not about the SA.
Yeah, I mean, right now, I don't think that she did. I know I personally didn't, but I don't see. I mean, yes, it looks like there's a bunch of it, but it's all mostly hearsay until there's definitive proof or Candace slips up and says it or Hunter says it. There's not really much I can do. I mean, I could file all the reports I want in under the sun, but until they have definitive proof or they decide to go do something with it, there's nothing I can do.
Okay, but don't you think, especially with Don being in jail, don't you think that if anybody filed charges on statutory rape, Candace would have been arrested?
In all honesty, yeah, I would believe that would be the case. I mean,
So
as far as I know.
So isn't it fair to assume that nobody pressed charges on SA? And that
when it comes to that, I don't think anyone has. Me, I want to hear it from either my son's mouth that something did happen, or out of Candace's mouth that something did happen, so I can file a report and be like, well, here, this isn't just word of mouth or hearsay information. This is legit what they're saying. So they have right there definitive proof that it happened.
And you haven't asked your son yet?
He hasn't called me.
Okay. I was dumbfounded there. I didn't know what to say. I was like, okay. So yeah, so Hunter's obviously not speaking to him, but if Hunter's in jail, I don't know how Hunter could call him anyway in New York because you can only call local. But that's, if you're involved in your son's life, that's something you would press the mom for or press something for. I don't know, just my opinion.
So you said you had a couple of questions?
It was more of a clarification.
Let me just say, at this point, chat was bashing me. I was watching it. They were bashing me. They were like, you're not a fucking attorney. You're going to scare him off, blah, blah, blah. They did not like me at this point at all.
I'd seen an interview. Hi, Andrew. It's Frosty again.
Hey, Frosty.
Jason was doing a great job of asking questions, so I just but I do have a question. In terms of the subject you were just talking about, I thought that you had the indication about Hunter and Candace before Jose's interview. A couple weeks ago, I thought you were on panel and you said, you know, it's a good thing you're not down in Tennessee because, you know, you'd give Candace a talking to or something to that effect, right? Yeah, so I think a lot of things are getting confused.
That was taken out of the way I said it could have been taken in a very bad way. I should have. I wasn't trying to be mean about it, but yeah, I would have talked to her.
Oh yeah, no, but what I'm saying is that it just sounded like now that you only discovered something possibly happened between H and Candace after Jose had his discussion with Truth for
because
Justice for All. Sorry, I apologize.
Yeah. No. What it is that to me, I took it as people were the way the messages look between him and her, the way that pictures look with them two on the bed. Yeah, it looks a lot like SA, but I took it as just hearsay, you know, blah, blah, blah bullshit. Right. And when Jose came out and said, and I believed him, when he said that something went on between my son and Candace, I immediately got off, stopped watching, and quite honestly, I almost put my fist through my TV because I was that pissed off.
Right.
And I called Allison and I'm like, did that woman do anything sexual with our son? And she told me no.
Okay. So would you then not call Jose and say, hey, Jose?
Frosty, hold on 1 second. I just want to answer something he just said. Andrew, you just told Frosty that Allie denied it. So please tell me how charges were filed on something that you both deny.
Drugs and alcohol.
The charges are for drugs and alcohol, not for the SA.
Yeah.
The SA is not proven yet.
No, that's right now. All it is word of mouth and rumors.
Okay. Have you talked to Jose since he's been chatting?
I went out backstage and tried to say hi to him and ask him how he's been. Not
Okay.
trying to cause any issues, but
No.
Jay for Justice, from what I hear, didn't want to take that chance and have an argument start on his channel, and didn't allow me up.
Understood.
And I respect him, and I wasn't trying to cause any issues. I mean, if I could get a chance to talk to Jose, I mean, off of YouTube and see how he's doing and see how life is with him, that'd be awesome. But
Okay, so you don't directly have his number?
no, not anymore.
Okay.
I mean, I just want to know, why he just pushed me and Jeffy out on the back burner for so long. I mean, we never done anything harmful to him.
And if he witnessed what he witnessed,
yeah, I mean, if he
in the
witnessed
Wells
what he
household,
witnessed, I mean, I'm sorry he went through that. I'm sorry, that one choice he made. Oh, sorry, Blue, Willow, I'm so sorry. It's Justice for All, not Jay for Justice. I'm so sorry. But no, I mean, if he went through all that, I am so sorry to hear that. And I mean, I'd love to give the man a fucking hug, man. I mean, I really would.
Right, but I'm referring to if he knew that something was going on between your son and Candace, and you guys were friends, wouldn't you expect that he would be contacting you and saying, "Hey, dude, there's a problem"? Or
that's what I would think too, and he never did.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if he suspected that
and he's
type
not
of
talking to
shit was
Jeffy
going
either.
on,
Yeah.
If he suspected that type of shit was going on, and he believed Allison wasn't doing nothing about it, why didn't you get a hold of me?
Right.
At the time, I still had the same number.
Right.
I'm confused.
Right. So that's probably something that you'd like to have directly conversation with him, right?
Yeah, I'm just wondering I'm just wondering what progressed to the last 2 years of happening. That's all. Nothing, I'm not mad at him. I'm a little upset with him because if he had this information and knew Allie wasn't doing anything about it, why didn't he get a hold of me? I could at least, I am 12 and a half hours away from my son, but I could at least made the phone call.
Right.
While he was still there and sent the right people to talk to him so they could have done something.
He doesn't talk to you though. And that whole issue with COVID is bullshit. Kids were still allowed to see their dads during COVID.
Yes, but New York had Tennessee on the no travel zone. And we still we were allowed to travel, but Tennessee was on New York's
another lie.
travel zone.
That is another lie.
No, it's not. Go look it up.
It is.
No, it's not. Go look it up.
I have a child in another state.
So do I. And New York had a lot of places on no travel zone.
You couldn't fly. You could drive.
Yes. I didn't say anything about
drive to Let me just make that clear. I don't have a child in another state. I have a baby's daddy in another state, not a child. I don't even know why I said child. But that just goes to prove how I fuck up my language sometimes. Yeah, all my children are with me. Don't have a child in another state. I do have a baby's daddy in another state. I have baby daddy in 2 states. Tennessee to go on a drug run, you could go to Tennessee to pick up your child.
We didn't go on a drug run.
You honestly believe that they took, kids and adults and furniture for a drug run?
This is the only part of Frosty I wish you would not have chimed in right there, because watch his face. He was like a deer in headlights when I said that. He could not even believe I said that, and his whole demeanor changed. His whole demeanor changed completely. I'll watch that again. I was like, damn, I got him good.
I could at least, I am 12 and a half hours away from my son, but I could at least made the phone call.
Right.
While he was still there and sent the right people to talk to him so they could have done something.
It doesn't talk to you though. And that whole issue with COVID is bullshit. Kids were still allowed to see their dads during COVID.
Yes, but New York had Tennessee on the no travel zone. and we were allowed to travel, but Tennessee was on New York's
another lie.
travel zone.
That is another lie.
No, it's not. Go look it up.
It is.
No, it's not. Go look it up.
I have a child in another state.
So do I. And New York had a lot of places on no travel zone.
You couldn't fly. You could drive.
Yes, I didn't say anything about
drive to Tennessee to go on a drug run. You could go to Tennessee to pick up your child.
We didn't go on a drug run.
You want?
Did you see his whole demeanor changed? His whole demeanor. He didn't even know what the fuck to say. Now that I'm watching it again, I am 100% convinced I was right. So he couldn't go get Hunter, but he could go up there with 11 people and then go right back to New York the next day. Gotcha.
Honestly believe that they took, kids and adults and furniture for a drug run?
Absolutely.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, absolutely. It happens all the time.
Really?
I don't know. Okay, it may happen all the time, but I ain't that fucking stupid. I don't allow my kids around that shit.
I can tell you right now, it's a very, very good cover up for a big, big drug run. And cops normally don't pull over Penske trucks or riders if you're picking up a huge amount. New York does not have a big meth culture. At least it didn't when I grew up. And going to places like Tennessee, Alabama, to get a huge amount of drugs that's not common in New York. The best way to do it is with a family, a moving truck.
Okay, and hang on. Going on what you're saying, what would be my
throughout everyone he spoke to? Did you see him interrupting? Nope, he sure didn't. He wasn't interrupting anybody. But he certainly interrupted me when we were talking about the drug run. He certainly put an end to that real quick.
Reasoning for that? What would be my reasoning for that?
I don't know. I have not gone that far because everything is a lie. Every other word is a lie.
In your opinion?
In the stuff that you've what's the word? Gone back.
Because I speak what I know and I speak what I've been told. So it automatically makes.
Because unfortunately, Weedleby, I know people that have done it. That's how. And I know the drug world, unfortunately.
Be a fucking liar.
I didn't say that. But
I never went that money. What money?
But I want you to focus on you and not Jose or anything else. There's enough here of stuff that you are involved in or not involved in or lack
involved
of.
In shit. But if you go look at my history, you'll see. Supposedly,
I have no drug
history.
Hey. Hold up.
Or anything. I really
hold
don't.
up, please.
Sorry,
okay,
Purple.
It's getting a little too. Everybody screaming, nobody can hear.
I'm sorry, Purple.
Andrew,
that got a little out of hand. I apologize, honey. I do like your chat. I'm gonna step down. I'm gonna go make my daughter something for lunch and myself, and get coffee ready for my wife when she gets home. I am so sorry again.
Thank
Frosty,
you for coming up and answering.
You were just answering questions, Andrew, and you know what? You spent a lot of time on Purple's chat, and we really appreciate.
Yep.
And we should respect, even though if we don't agree or disagree with what you're saying, we still need to be polite to everybody on panel, and.
I was getting railed in chat. Railed. All of Andrew's people were not happy. They were not happy at all. He got really heated, which to me speaks volumes. He ran like a little bitch boy. Couldn't handle questioning.
Frosty, if there's any more questions you would like, honey, my email is in my about page, okay?
Sure.
Please let me know. Please let me know that you are Frosty, because it does pop up normal names, and I do not like using them when I read them if I have to go over them.
It's no problem.
Weedleby, I have no shame in my past, in my previous endeavors in life. I have no shame in it. I did what I did. Thank God I didn't get caught, or I could have been in jail for life. But I have no shame in I learned from all my mistakes, and I'm not embarrassed of the life that I used to have. So I'm very knowledgeable. I'll leave it at that. But I'm not embarrassed of it. Yeah, I'm a former addict. I've done drug runs. This is not pretty. Like I said, it was 18 years ago, 19 years ago. I just thank God I never got caught. Some of my friends, not so lucky.
Okay,
maybe we can schedule this another time because we have taken up a lot of your time, and I know.
And I am so sorry again, Purple.
Purple needs to carry on.
Oh, you're fine.
All right, you enjoy, Purple, and I apologize again. I wasn't trying to get heated. I just got a little pissy because I don't like.
He's referring to the other Purple, not me. He's not talking about me, Purple. He's talking about the Purple in the left corner. I did make him sweat.
Being accused of things I'm not. But you have a good day. I am out.
You have a good day too. Thank you.
Well, Purple, definitely an interesting morning. Hey,
information.
Oh goodness!
Yeah.
I got up and
3.5
I'm like,
hours.
hold on, what's going on? I wanted to just say a little quick thanks to the chat for everybody being respectful, all the creators that are sharing and subscribing and sharing.
Okay, so Bernadette, nobody was enforcing COVID restrictions up here. People flocked here because we have very low COVID cases. Lake George was packed. We used to go to Lake George when I was a little kid. We used to go like once a month. Yeah, I didn't think upstate New York was. He hasn't mentioned anything about sending that group to get H from Allie's house. Exactly. You're up there? How come you didn't go see your kid? How come you didn't go see your kid while you were up there? You only stayed up there for 8 hours. Okay. Would be on his live Tuesday. Laura Hadles will run over to support him. They could run over and support him all day long. No one here ever accused. No, again, I'm not accusing him. I went based on his story. And I'm sorry, but nothing's changing my mind on what I think happened. And that's all based on his story. I'm not making anything up. I'm not saying it. I mean, that's totally his story. And in my opinion, that was a drug run. That's all it was. They are shady. How Jose is involved, I don't know. I got to think about this, my theory, a little more. Laura can't insult the people. We need them to talk. If you insult and call them a liar, they won't go on panel and answer us. Well, that's what Chasing said. Chasing's like, you scared him off a little. You got to be nicer. But I'm just so tired. Fentanyl could be. It could be fentanyl. I don't know what drugs are big right now in Gloversville. I don't know it was a drug run. I believe it was a drug run. And the way he got so defensive makes me think even more it was a drug run. And when I put everything together, they went up there for 8 hours. They had this rental. Nobody can show a solid receipt. Nobody can show no one can show proof or back up anything they're saying. So I feel like everybody tiptoes around these people. I'm sorry, these people are not famous. They're not celebrities. They're not celebrities that you need to tiptoe around. I'm sorry, but they're not. I'm not an investigator. I mean, I'm a web sleuth, but I'm not an investigator or a detective or anything, or a lawyer. But my line of questioning is going to be like that because that's the only way you're going to get answers. I don't have to be good cop, bad cop. I've got nothing to gain or lose. I just want answers. And to me, tiptoeing around their answers or tiptoeing around their questions is not getting you anywhere. It's not going to get you the answers. And I knew Andrew, being from New York, is a pretty straight up guy in the sense that I could ask him directly. He's not going to cry like a little baby. He's may lie, but I'm allowed to. On the drug run, and Jose, once the drugs got in the U-Haul at Penske, Jose wasn't comfortable. That's possible too. That's very possible too. I know meth is rampant, but I'm trying to think of drugs that aren't big in New York. I think fentanyl's already big in New York. But now the real question is, how does all this tie into summer? I haven't figured that out yet. Maybe it could be pills, but I don't know. Somehow I think it might be meth. They could have actually had a house lined up and the landlord thought no, I don't think they would have known. More gain with honey than vinegar. It's true. But that's why I need a partner. I need a partner who's more nicer than me. Because I just want to go hardcore. Like, I would probably destroy Jose. Destroy. Now, someone like Candace, I would talk nice to. I wouldn't go so hard for her. I would go so hard for Jose, but I wouldn't for Candace. If you're from New York, you understand. That's my feeling. Doctors cannot give you meth. Laura can be bad cop, everyone else is sweet. Exactly. She was so nice chasing truth. I said that. I was like, I need her. She would be a good partner. I don't know if it's drug run yet. I think they were evicted. I think mom gave money. Oh, no, I don't think so, Hux. I think that's way off. Just my opinion. I agree, Wicked. Nobody packs up an entire house to move two families plus another person. You have two families plus another person. They completely pick up and move. No question asked. No school. They're not in school. They're not doing anything. And then boom, it just doesn't add up. But meth is a reason. A large amount of meth is a reason why somebody would go from New York to Tennessee and back. There's a lot of meth in Tennessee, and it's much cheaper than you can get it in New York. Much cheaper. That's the issue in America, and drugs cost money and are given freely in the UK. Yeah, pills are. Life-changing money for them if they pulled off. That's why it was worth the time and effort. Absolutely. But going back to the storage unit again, honestly, that's the only thing that makes sense. If they get there, because again, in Tennessee, and I was there, it's much easier to have a heavier car. So there's when you have a full truck, much, much easier than driving a huge truck. And we don't even know the size of the truck. We're just assuming it's an extra big one. That's another thing we need to find out. What size was the truck? Was it a small U-Haul? Was it a big U-Haul? Was it a full-size U-Haul? What size U-Haul did they have going each way? Who rented the car? Let's double check. We don't need you for receipts. Who rented the car? He says Jeffy did. All right, what's Jeff's last name? Why is everything such a secret? These are things we need to find out. Return trip could have been a meth trip. Yeah, again, allegedly, this is just my opinion. I don't want to put it out there that this is factual. I don't want to put it out there that, that I know I'm right. I believe I'm right. But again, it's just my opinion. Landlord would have had to clean. Yeah, that whole story about the landlord is bullshit. Because you can't have a situation where a landlord calls you 3 weeks prior and says everything is done, and then you get there and it doesn't match up. That just doesn't make sense. A landlord would never do that. Anyway, so they said that they didn't stay there, that only Jose stayed behind. Wasn't there a picture with Candace and the kids by a U-Haul? I don't remember seeing that. I'm not going to deny that, but I don't know. Thanks, Alma. H has 15 cats. Where were they moved? Why would he have 15 cats? Yeah, 2 families with 6 kids would have a ton of stuff. And again, if you got up there, the only reason that you would empty a truck is because you're getting another truck. That's the only reason. There's no other reason why you would empty out an entire U-Haul in a storage unit to turn back around the other day. Now, going with, let's just say he got the U-Haul. Let's assume his story is true, all right? Let's just assume his story is true. They got the call on the way to the house when they hit the Tennessee border. They got the call that the people aren't leaving. Okay. Why would you empty out an entire U-Haul? Do you know what a pain in the ass it is to empty out an entire fucking U-Haul? It is a nightmare, let alone to empty it out and refill it. So the only real reason you would empty it out is if you were switching trucks. Switching trucks makes the most sense, that you're going there, you have a one-way, you're dropping it off. Because remember, they wouldn't have had it coming back. They wouldn't have brought it back if they planned on moving. They would have dropped it off there. So if you drop it off there, then you have, thanks, Alma. If you drop it off there, you get the new truck because you're going back home. So you get the new truck, you refill it back up, and then you carry on and go home. And all this was done in a few hours. You would have never taken the stuff out of the truck knowing that you would have to reload it all back on. No way in hell. There's just no way in hell. I know, Monica. I didn't get laundry done. I didn't get cleaning done. Sunday is my day to do stuff. I got nothing done. Nothing. Thank God I did candles last night till like 2:30 in the morning. That's all I got to say. Or I would have never been able to do this live. 24 hours, just an idiot and lies so much he believes his own lies. I'm telling you. The furniture makes a great prop. Absolutely. This boils down to maybe she got a hold of some fentanyl. Possible. But understand, when all his timelines and stuff, that was a year before Summer went missing. So Andrew's drug run and all that stuff really has nothing to do with Summer's missing. I'll do laundry. Alma, that's it. Let's get married. Yeah, I just found out someone I know died from fentanyl. Maybe they switch kids out. Why take pictures of Summer all dressed up like she's posing? Others, she looks mad. I don't know. But I'll tell you, if you're going that far to see your kid, and you don't even spend any time with him, that's also a drug run. Everyone was talking they never did before. Don is the controller. I agree with that. And I bet Don holds the key. I bet Don holds the key. No, they were there September of 2020. She went missing in June of 2021. So it's almost a year. Fentanyl can kill fast. Person I know that recently died took a pill of fentanyl and he died. I don't know the whole story. Remember Andrew saying that they went to Tennessee for the race. Maybe he used a race to reference a date. Oh, that would be interesting. Do you know where he said that, Lindsay? Yeah. If you really were going to move there for your son, per se, then you would absolutely have seen your son during this, drug run. And the more I think about it, it just keeps pointing a drug run. You would if there's a big payoff. Exactly. A big payoff. We don't know. We don't even know who actually rented. It's on his channel? So what all of this new info is a distraction from? Oh, I don't think it's a distraction. I think it's trying to, in my opinion, after speaking with Chasing Truth yesterday, I think it's just trying to put together a timeline and who could be involved. I never liked the fact that Jose is coming out here like he's, a savior and that he's this wonderful person. I'm just not buying that either. And I felt like that from the very first interview. And I don't feel like enough hard questions were asked. Drug deal to sell the drugs no. Drug deal to bring back home. The race had nothing to do with drugs. The race had nothing to do with any of it. A drug run, all these people believing it. Nobody knows that crap. I'm out. Bye, Michelle. Don't let door hitch in the ass. He didn't say he went there for the race. He said he couldn't. No, she's saying previously. I don't think she meant that he was there this time. Oh, I agree, Halma. He's a big time liar. Yeah, no one thought any of them were relevant until everything was a lie. Good point. Excellent point. Brought it up because they said they found out the race was going on. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, somebody would have to go through all his lies. I mean, all his channel stuff. That's a hard thing to do. I hate doing that. That's why I hate looking stuff up like that. I don't mind researching online, but having to listen to people's lives that I don't like, that's tough. Jose is Jose Roman. Now, someone had asked me in chat, did they do 2 runs? Did they do 2 runs? Were they up there twice? I don't believe 1 second that man. Nah, according to Allie, he wasn't. It's not hard to sell drugs. You just pull down a dark county. Oh, I agree. They made him irrelevant so that nobody would dig deeper. Good point. Jose, Andrew, and all of them are relevant to the case because they hadn't been around Summer for almost a year before she went missing. Absolutely, Tennessee. And I 100% agree with that. But thank you, Good Vibes. And I 100% agree with that. Where this kind of fails, though, and where my theory of they're irrelevant fails, is if it was a drug run, was Jose involved? Is it true that Jose was really back there the week Summer went missing? That's a huge thing. Now that we met Jose, now that we've seen Jose, that's a big, big thing to think about. And was what's his name being honest about that? Because if it is, then Jose is extremely relevant. If it's not, then it's not. You know what I mean, though? I forgot the guy's name. You know who I'm talking about, though. You unload product in a storage unit and the buyer picks up. There you go. Nobody cares about you, John. I kind of think Jose is involved in somehow. Not that he physically may have taken her, but I do. I think he's involved somehow. I just don't know how. Inspiring with the walls when it was later to do some deals. Saying savvy so it can't be Miss 13. The orange drink is a fentanyl delivery system. I don't know about that. We know Summer likes Jose. How do we know that? So in addition to all those people, there were 2 more friends that went with them that weren't planning on staying. Even more unbelievable that they would offer in one minivan. Well, how? You had 2 in the Penske. I don't know why I keep saying Penske. Probably because I moved in a Penske. You have a Penske or a U-Haul. We really need to find out what size that truck was. If anybody talks to Andrew, casually ask him what size the U-Haul was. because how are three families going to move in a U-Haul or a Penske that's small? Never happened. Not with 6 kids. We need to find out Jeffy's last name, since it was his 401k, and find out what kind of truck it was. In that receipt that he showed, did it show a number? Andrew went for drugs. Jose went for trafficking. Possible. They had a Penske and a van. Okay, so it was a Penske. Do you know what size Penske? Dobbs could deliver some to Jose. Oh, that's conspiracy, but possible. So I question that also. Yeah, he was too freaky. They unloaded stuff to put drugs in, back then reloaded with furniture so cops would not know it was a drug. No, I think, well, that's possible too. He's the only one that still uses Laura's second name. He's so weak. He's such a loser. Should be, I know. I just don't know where to begin. Jose would know Jeffy's last name. Is Jeffy on his Facebook? I mean, he's such a good friend and a brother. He should be on his Facebook, right? Chasing has a short. Chasing, are you still in here? Chick with 5 kids. Andrew's wife. Yeah, he said there were 11. He said 6 kids. He said there were 6 kids, 5 adults. Some people could have been in the movie. You did? Sweet Dreams? Because Jeffy probably rented the truck. Sweet Dreams, can you email me? But he is over on his channel crying that Tiffany said his last name, yet he uses yours every time he talks about you. He's such a loser. Said there were 3 vehicles. Him. Oh, 3 vehicles? I thought there were 2. Drug deal gone wrong. Say, yeah. There's no reason why all those people, you have 4 adults, 5 adults. 5 adults, 3 of them being male. Why would you need more cars following? Only to drive back to New York. Nope, sorry, not buying it. My conspiracy mind wants to go back to $50,000 drug debt. I don't know why. Possible. Then Grandis goes there after summer missing, not his sister. He came down with trucks empty or a little stuff to play it off. That's possible too. What trip to kidnap Hunter? What is that? Chasing, before you go, what's a trip to kidnap Hunter? Did Allie and H know the group was coming? That I don't know, because I didn't know about this information when I spoke to Allie, so I don't know. Well, according to what he just told me that it was 11 of them. Now, come to find out, you guys are saying there's another car that was following behind. But they wouldn't need that other car. Guys were sent to get him, look them up. All right, I will. Why you got me going down these rabbit holes? Jeez. I didn't want to turn into this case. Now you guys got me going down rabbit holes and staying live all day Sunday. How long have I been on? Like 6 hours? I think I started at 12. He wouldn't go was rumor. But Andrew just told me there was 6 people. Now there's 7 adults, 7 kids? No, he said 6. 6 kids, 5 adults. 2 guys to drive the vehicles back. Just none of that makes sense. Oh, that was the original story. Okay. Yeah, he just told me there was 11. Yeah. And if there was another van and he casually forgot about it, that would kind of make sense too, because he didn't want anyone to know. Always the white skinny idiot. What did they do with their pets? Don't know. I don't think they ever had any plans of not returning. Andrew hired a group of people. Where did Andrew get money to go down and get Hunter? That's illegal too. So I don't believe that either. Yeah, Sarah, I wish I would have known this information. Anyone speak to Marissa? Marissa probably still has a phone number. I don't. You're welcome, Spivvy. Oh, let me give you Purple Knight's, before I shut down, I almost forgot. Here is Purple Knight's link. Purple Knight's link. Let me give you, you guys probably all know it already, but let me give you Chasing's link. Chasing with 30K. Good job. There's Chasing's link. And just because I'm nice, I have to drop Gray's link. See, here's Gray's link. I did that for you, Chasing. Nah, I'm just playing. Chasing is the bomb. Benny had something on about some armed guys. Yeah, I don't know if I believe all that. I don't believe anything that comes out of Benny. Benny's as bad as the Wells. Oh my God. Okay. Thank you, Alma. Jason and Gray are both the bomb. Yes, they are. I doubt Andrew counted them. You know, because at first I said 14, and then he went 11. Look, when the first bug award was announced, that is when Hunter hired a... Where did he get money to hire a private investigator? I don't believe that. Because this guy doesn't have a pot to piss in, but he's getting a private investigator. But yet he can haul 12 people down or 11 people down the next day. Yeah, okay. Didn't you just do a video about how you were leaving YouTube? Oh, wait. But also, Sour Girl, I thought you guys didn't look people up. What's up with that? I thought you didn't look people up, Sour Girl. Get the fuck out of here. He meant 11 moving into the house. I don't know. You might be right, niece. Hey, Misdemeanor. So he can't even call school and doctor's office to get info on it. Yeah, that means that he doesn't have joint custody. Because joint, not even physical, just joint custody means that you can still get that appropriate paperwork and all that stuff. Only heard 8 say the van and the truck only, not a third vehicle. Group people that went to try to get Hunter and they were shut down. Andrew did not hire them. Okay. They found out that Andrew has legal rights to Hunter had leave. Timestamp 3520, where he talks about 3 vehicles and who was in each. Yeah, there's no way this was not a drug run. Yeah, all this happened 9 months prior to Summer going missing. And just with, what's his name being there? With, what the hell's his name? Jose. With Jose being down there, and Jose, I'm going to get off in a minute, Toonie May. With Jose going down there and staying there with strangers he didn't know really sounds like a drug deal. It just does. I did not. Which email? Tootie May, which email? Because H knows everything. Who tried to get H? Yeah, something's just not right. And then some guys go to pick up Hunter and it has nothing to do with Andrew. That's kind of scary. It was a non-profit organization. Okay. Jose, your young guy, is a lot older than I imagined. Yeah, he is older. I think he's like Don's age. About him saying Allie reported Candace. No, Allie didn't report Candace. No, if I remember correctly, Allie said that she reported Candace. If I remember hearing it correctly. It's Tootie May. It may be, but it's hard to tell. Interesting. Hold on, I'm just looking. Yeah, Andrew has a ton of Facebooks. He's got like 9 of them. Trying to keep AJ some shine. That's what I'm saying. That's weird. Oh, no, so there is confirmed video. There's confirmed video of the day she went missing, I believe. Yeah, again, I don't think any of this has anything to do with Summer. I don't think it has anything to do with Summer, per se. Hang on 1 second. All right. All right. All right. I am getting off. I've been on 5 hours. And it is time. It is time. I have to finish some stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed. Can you save us? Of course. But I hope you guys enjoyed Sunday afternoon together. We had Sunday brunch, and we brought it all the way into Sunday afternoon. I have not done a fucking thing around the house. So, yeah, all 5 hours will be up. I'm not taking it down. I do know that YouTube sometimes it can get weird. They'll like post half of it and then wait another half, but I do have it set up to replay chat and everything. So I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your Sunday. I highly doubt I'm going to be back later. Highly doubt, but you never know. Clarissa, have 2 drinks for me. I'll probably have a drink later myself. One of my frozen daiquiris. And I will see you guys later. Thank you guys so much for the super chat, PayPals. Don't forget, order your candles. Angelique, if you're listening to this, yours are going out in the morning. Somebody else who I can't, I don't want to dox, ordered the wax melts. Yours also going out in the morning. Michelle, yours are going out in the morning. I got a couple of orders going out in the morning. And then I got more going out. I should get sunflower tomorrow. Got new vessels dropped off today. I'm very excited. They're 4 ounce. So you guys will see it. And I will see you guys later. Have a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Have a great rest of your night. And I'll see you guys somewhere around. Peace.